Hello, y'all. Hang on. Let me check. Let me check something real fast. Make sure that the camera settings are correct. Meanwhile, I'm just gonna be over here while I check these. Anyway, today we are going to do DKC 1, 2, and 3, and every time we die, I'm gonna switch games. I'm sort of curious how far we can get in each game before moving on. I know these games quite well, so I think I should be able to get pretty far in each game without dying. But then again, who knows? There are hard levels in there. Could be some places that really give me trouble that I'm not thinking of. We will see. Anyway, over to the game. Today, I got my Super Nintendo Entertainment System controller. It's wireless, but I forgot to charge it, so it's plugged in to my couch here. Usually would be wireless, but today, have to power it. Anyway, by the way, if you watched yesterday's stream, the ending of yesterday's stream specifically, I showed off my latest Mario Maker level. I have now uploaded that level. It's getting pretty good feedback, though the clear rate is a tad low. I might delete it and make some revisions to ease it up a little bit, based on feedback so far. Though, what feedback I have gotten, mostly positive. People really like the level. It's reviewing very well. Anyway, let's play some DKC. Now I'm going to erase, let's see, which one should I erase? I'll erase this one. I recently played through DKC 1, 2, and 3, well, not at the same time, but with a friend, so don't want to delete that file, and also don't want to delete the clear file, so I'll delete the time I played through with the SNES controller when I got that. Anyway. So the level's quite nice. I've started working on the next level as well, which I've been kicking around names for. It's sort of a girder level in the theme of in the style of Donkey Kong Arcade, basically. By the way, we're not going for 100% here. We're strictly going for any percent, so Lost World, Krematoa, we're not going for those, and we're not going for bonuses. The reason why is I think that if we switch games all the time, we'll just very easily forget which bonuses we've got and which one we haven't gotten. So, that's, kind of awkward. Kind of awkward. Anyway, the new level's coming along. The name for the next level, like I said, a girder level, is, I'm thinking like Red Girder Gala. And the idea will be it's like a big party for the opening of this, shopping complex or something, except it's not really built yet. Bit early, bit premature, opening this high-rise. It's not even built yet. So hopefully that's fun, and also there'll be sort of a party vibe. I'm thinking it'll have a red coin hunt in there and be a little non-linear, at least the first half will be. I've done a red coin hunt before, but only in the second half. I think it would be interesting to have a level where the first half was a coin hunt. But we'll have to experiment with that, see how that turns out. So yeah, that's coming up. The other level that's coming up is To and Fro Factory. To and Fro Factory is a level based on, or inspired by, I should say, the green banana bonuses from DKC3. Just like in those, it's basically a small space that you have to run back and forth in, and enemies will be spawned into the bottom of the screen as you go back and forth. Should be a fun level. I'm just now getting the actual the legit version of the level up, and it's pretty cool. Can't wait to get that oops, get that actually together. I've lost Diddy, but that's fine because there he is. We are only moving when we actually die. So let's get through World 1 at least before having to move on. I'm pretty sure that should be very doable. Very doable. I also been playing Paper Mario recently. We'll be continuing that another day. Might be sooner rather than later. I really enjoyed yesterday playing it, so I'd like to get on to World 2 as soon as possible. It's just a good game. Jeez. So yeah, that's what's been going on for me. New level. It's very nice. People like it. Maybe a bit tough. Last I checked, the clear rate's around 8%. Usually I like to see my levels somewhere between 10 and 20%. But who knows, that could rise. Levels sometimes rise. They don't usually rise, but they sometimes do. Usually they sort of trend towards, wherever they're trending towards, right? Like the more plays that are put on a level, the more the clear rate becomes locked in, because it takes a lot of people to change the clear rate of a level with a lot of plays. And like I said, thinking about making some revisions. We might do. I was thinking about doing a viewer level stream tomorrow. So that would be on the agenda. Doing an re-upload of that level, if we did. So yeah, that's the plans for this weekend. Next week, I'm not sure that I'll stream what days I'll stream. I have time off starting on Thursday, so that's nice. It'll be much easier to stream. I know I said it's been hard, but it's... Fuck, there we go. Well, that's the first. Where's the... Oh, both buttons together. That's a death. It's time to move to DKC2. That was a little fast, I'm sorry. To game selection, DKC2. I'm gonna go walk over to the computer and do the thing. Change the game being streamed. Whoa, that looks a little dark. What the fuck? Why is it so dark? Why is the couch cam so dark? Hang on. Sorry, I didn't notice the settings had changed on me. Must have happened due to my keyboard shortcuts or something. Not sure. Probably because I had the window open, the settings window. Anyway, tell you what, while I'm here, first I'm gonna change to DKC2. Wait. Why are there two Donkey Kong countries? This Donkey Kong country. The other thing is, let me put on... I'll put a little text here. One second. Death count 1. Make it a lot smaller, please. Okay. Let's try to put that somewhere good. Okay. Death count 1. 1 death. Okay. Shit, that happened a little sooner than I was expecting. But, what are you gonna do? Alright. Here we go. DKC2. Very good game. Possibly my favorite game. Let's see. I'll erase that file. We'll erase that file in all 3 games if there is one. I don't think I started a third DKC3 file actually, so that is not a problem. Like I said, this isn't any percent. We are playing just the regular levels, no Lost World, no bonus tokens. Not doing the cheat for bonus tokens as well, that is an option. Let's just going to do the game normally here on the Nintendo Switch, online, the SNES Online on Nintendo Switch. We don't have to get the DK coins in every level either, but no, if you want to, if I want to, I will. Very good. Alright. The controller, the SNES controller, feels extremely good. I really like it, actually. I was kind of not sure about it, not sure about going in on it. But once I got it, it's just been really nice to play SNES games, or even like, you know, other indie games with, just because it has such a good feel to it. I specifically like how the Y button is like sort of concave, so it really just makes sense to like sink your finger into it, and just hit the B button with the inside of your thumb. It's a very good, smartly laid out controller. Like it a lot. No one else ever did concave buttons like this. I don't know why. It's pretty nice. Kind of feels like a Skittle. The Skittle? No. What were those snacks called? A sweet treat? Sweet tart? Haven't had one of those in fucking probably 15 years or some shit. Candy, you know, it makes my teeth hurt nowadays, so I don't really eat candy so much as an adult. I think we're still good. Just took a hit there, but we'll find DK barrel around the corner here. Here we go. Break out Diddy, and we're good. Alright. Let's try to get through World 1 of DKC2 at least. This is my favorite game. Favorite game in the series, I'd say. One of my favorite games ever. So, should put on a good showing and try not to die. And if we need to, we'll take an actual save. An actual, like, Wrinkly Kong save. But, I'm planning on just trying to just go through as much as possible. I was gonna word there that I might hit the guy. Okay. There's a Ungard around, but I think I'm just gonna skip him and just go past. Just going to go up here. Shit. I think I'm fine. There's gonna be a DK barrel, like, right here. That's right. Jesus, that was close. That was a close call. Let's get this on guard. Get this one. Okay. With these stakes, it's sort of harrowing, you know, playing the game. I really don't want to die. Let me tell you. Trying very hard to not die, to do it all perfectly. Let's just do that a little faster. That's what all the speedrunners do. Shit. Anyway, here we are, Top Cell Trouble. Nearly done with World 1 of DKC2. We'll only switch when we die, so, you know, in theory, we could do all of DKC2 right now. I don't know how long that would take me. I'm not a speedrunner or nothing. I don't know any tricks to, like, do you know, wrong warps to end a level early. Nor do I have like every level down to a T, so wouldn't be the fastest, but should be pretty fast. I don't know. Alright. Alright, here we go. Alright, there we go. That's top sail treble. Top sail treble? Top sail treble. Main brace mayhem is the first rigging level. This is top sail treble. Okay, crow's nest. Okay. Alright. Okay. I know that there's like some RNG with this battle. I don't know like how RNG it is. Okay. The last time I played I got pretty good luck. I got like first egg. Both phases. But you can't get an egg that just goes right through the thing. Not like that one. Yeah, that's it. Hey, there we go. We beat World 1 in DKC2. We couldn't do that in DKC1, unfortunately, but we got one of them. We got one of them. Time for Crocodile Cauldron. Let's see. Red Hot? Let's see if I can remember. I'm not going to try to remember all their names. Red Hot Hop. There's Crook's Claim. Lava Lagoon. Red Hot Ride. Squawk Shaft. And then the boss. Red Hot Ride is the longest level, and it's pretty difficult to get through. By the way, also, in addition to not going for any bonus levels or such, we're also not doing shortcuts. I'm not really one to do those shortcuts myself, honestly. I think it's kind of boring to skip what are pretty good levels, you know? They're fun. I like to play them. I'm not in it to skip them. Okay. Nice and clean. If I could get through like 3 worlds or so in DKC2 without dying, that would make me feel better about botching DKC1. Also, by the way, quick rule of thumb, if we get through an entire game, if that were to happen, let's say, it gets taken out of the rotation, and well, then I would move on to the next game as if I had died. We'll see if that happens. It might be later into the stream if we manage it. Don't really have an endpoint on when I want to stop streaming tonight, or like a time. I'm just gonna keep playing. Alright. Yeah, here's Crook's Claim. Crook's Claim. Did I say Cannon's Claim? I might have said Cannon's Claim. I think it's... Or is it Cannon's Claim? No, it's Cannon's Claim, not Crook's Claim. Crook is the enemy in Squawk's Shaft, so that's the confusion there. I'm tempted to go to the right there and get that, going to that, like, optional area. But I won't. Instead of doing it, I will not do it. This is a good-ass level. DKC2, good-ass game. The best. The best. You want examples of really good levels? DKC2 is the one to look to. I really like how those guys, if you just run under them, they're not a threat. That's just a general rule of thumb in a lot of DKC, is just, you know, if you just gun it, go the first opportunity you can, you will be good. You don't have to wait in a lot of cases. It's fast, and you're well able to just don't stop for nothing, keep moving. etc. Here is a lava level where you jump on this guy and he cools the lava for you. Very cool. I love this. I love in DKC2 they introduced the lava levels. The water levels with adaptive with water levels that change based on a trigger. That's really cool and makes for some really dynamic levels. I did a Mario Maker level sort of inspired by that, though obviously I had to fudge it a little because in technical term it is not possible to do quite that. But you can if you like emulate it using a subworld and an overworld with two different water levels that it rises rises to and from. It rises to a level in the subworld, and it rises from that level in the overworld that goes to the level in the subworld. Basically, if that makes sense. Makes it so that there's a level where you're going through areas, and in some levels the water fills up to fill the area, and the other levels the water drains back to nothing. Alright, we are making solid progress. Little latency there, well, not latency, little lag. I'm sure that, well, I'm not sure, but a lot of that probably accurate. Yeah, Switch could handle it if it wasn't. Okay, Red Hot Ride, here we go. Red Hot Ride was indeed the killer. Alright, that's that is a another death. I'm going to go to the oh shit, forgot to change the camera. Let me close this door. And I will change the game death count to be death count 2. And change the game to Donkey Kong Country 3. And there we go. There we go. That's the right camera. Okay. We got the right camera now. We're on to the third game. We got through a world and a half of DKC2. Not bad. Kind of was hoping for better, but, you know, I guess you can't just... harder than it looks. Harder than it looks. That clobber really screwed us over. In this case, we don't even have to delete one. Don't have a third file. Oh, we gotta put in a name. They put in a... I'll put in 2021 because that is the year it is. Okay. Alright, we're gonna do a cutscene. Hey, hey. There's some weird things about DKC you don't think about, like it added cutscenes. There's like a heavier emphasis on like NPCs and talking to them with the whole Brothers Bear. The map now is you're able to get out of worlds easily because I guess the idea is like, well, what fictional thing is trapping you within a world until you beat a boss? That's not a real thing. The path that you went in on doesn't close behind you. So there you go. All right, let's beat this level. Lakeside Limbo, I believe, something like that. We're not going for coin. Let's just jam. Let's just boogie. Let's just keep moving. All right. Yeah, we'll just let Ellie go. We're not really that concerned about Ellie. Alright. Hope y'all doing okay. In, you know, what is going on there? There's a slight delay before entering the level. DKC3 very much is, a lot more puzzle-oriented than DKC 1, 2, and 3. You get a lot of levels where you have to do something very specific to proceed, and that's the mechanic. Like in this level where you have to pull a lever that opens a door that closes after a time. This sort of thing, as well as levels where like, oh, you gotta get a barrel and you gotta use a barrel to create a platform or do something else to proceed. Very DKC, and I think it's very cool that they went in a different / new direction. They made levels that are kind of more puzzly than your traditional DKC2 level. It'd be interesting to see more levels of that sort. Personally, when I make Mario Maker levels, I don't really make that many, like, strictly speaking, puzzly levels. Usually I make more traditional levels where, you know, you don't need to destroy every enemy to proceed. You don't need to, you know, I don't block a door with enemies and say, you need to figure out how to kill it. But perhaps I should occasionally, you know? That sort of thing is fun. Oof. That's a fun level. My level, Snope and Sesame, was sort of inspired by Door Stop Dash, in that it's a level where you hit a switch and then you have to proceed through a door before it closes behind you. A little different, of course, because you're not like holding down a lever or nothing, and it's a bit of a harder level rather than an easier level. But similar idea. Alright. A hybrid water level here. DKC3 does levels like this, where the water level is, where there's water throughout the level. It doesn't really change in this level. In fact, you know what? I think in DKC3 the water levels are all static. I'm actually trying to think now if there are any examples of a DKC level where the water level actually changes, and I don't think there are. Obviously all the stilt levels don't have changing water levels. There's cave levels with some water in it. Those don't change because they're usually just the exits to water levels. Or Pothole Panic. That water level does not change dynamically or nothing. What else is there for water levels in this one? Not a lot. Yeah, I think that the water level, the dynamic trigger-based water level, is strictly a thing in DKC2 only. DKC3 doesn't bring it back. Huh. You know, I've never noticed that that level type doesn't exist in DKC3. Unless I'm forgetting something. I don't think I am. Again, we want to beat DKC3 First World before moving on, if possible. That's sort of like the first goal here. I think it's very possible. Belt's just a pretty easy boss. And, you know, we're just one level away from doing it. Here we are, Murky Mill. This is an Ellie level. I always used to try to jump as you're going up this lift, and I remember if you like get up to the top and you do a big jump, you'll go into the work barrel, I think. Maybe that was my imagination. Maybe that's not how it works. Maybe I'm misremembering. I know that you can get into the warp barrel if you just do a team throw, but I always thought you had to time it out for some reason. Anyway, so this level, Ellie is afraid of mice because she's an elephant. So you have to use barrels to kill the mice. This is another example of what I was saying. This game has a lot of levels where, things take a very puzzly slant to them. By the way, that mouse, that Neek, was outside of the light when I stepped on it, and that's why I could kill it without being scared. In that one in particular, you're allowed to kill it without doing it properly. It's kind of nice of them to do that. Otherwise, you'd have to like backtrack to go get a barrel, which is, by the way, a thing in a lot of levels here, where you just literally, to proceed, you have to backtrack to get a barrel. I don't dislike it. I think it's interesting that like this game very much says sometimes like, oh, you need to go do something with a barrel. In fact, if you use up your barrel, we're going to give you another one so that you can do the thing properly. You know, I appreciate that they're like, yeah, and you can do things like this. You know, you can use your trunk to suck up the barrel to you. All right, I think we're basically done here. Just gotta get through. Yeah. All right. Perfect. Perfect. Didn't even get hit. Very nice. This sort of puzzle level is something that I've sort of been thinking about, like if I should make a level like that. I don't think I really have, though. Definitely something to think about. So Belcha is very much like Crocomere from Super Metroid, but a little more easy because it's a you know, first boss of the game and all, and not supposed to be super hard. I am missing though. You know what? Probably easier as Kiddy Kong. Slightly different throwing arc, but you can get it in like I believe two bugs if you time it right. I believe 3 will be enough in this case, even after missing a few. There we go. Very nice. We've just defeated World 1, completed World 1, defeated World 1. We're on to World 2, Kremwood Forest? Kremwood Forest. Good names in this, good names. As a rule, DKC has the best names. Best level names of any, well, you know, of like comparable 2D platformers like Mario. Probably because most of those are like translated, you know, whereas like these names were named in English, so they're rife with alliteration, rhymes, and other clever stuff that you know, makes sense for a level name. Definitely the gold standard to me is a DKC level name. DKC1, DKC2, DKC3. I don't really think that much about the level names from Returns or Tropical Freeze, but they're kind of, you know, they're in the same vein. The ones from DK64 I don't think that much about. Let me see. What are the worlds in DK64? There's just like Jungle Japes, Jungle Hijinks. I forget which one they go with. Just a basic, you know, name they've used before for the first level. There's Angry Aztec, Frantic Factory. Let's see. Frantic Factory is followed by it's like a water level. What is that fucking level called? Frantic Factory is followed by, I can't remember what the level. Gloomy Galleon? Gloomy Galleon. I think it's Gloomy Galleon. That sounds right. Gloomy Galleon. Okay, we gotta really kick ass, but not really. We don't really care about beating Brash Bear's time here. We're just doing an any percent after all. We're not going for shit. Okay, okay. We're not licked yet. We're still doing good. We're still doing well. And we did get past World 1 here. I hope I'm not accidentally skipping DK barrels by dipping out of the water or like trying to skip over the water. That's something Kiddy Kong can do. He can sort of skip along the surface of water. Ooh, let's get this invincibility barrel and go over. That's cool. There we go. Alright. Yeah, you got the riverside levels as well. That's another hybrid water level in this game. And, like, you can see, the water level does not change in this archetype either. So yeah, I think that, like, moving water levels that change is, strictly speaking, a DKC2 thing. It's interesting. Squeals on Wheels, this is, like, the puzzle level. You literally have to go around killing every enemy in this half level until to open up a door at the midway, and then open up a door at the last part of the level, and then you like go back to the start. Like I said, this is another great example of how DKC3 skews a lot more puzzle level than the first game. This level literally is built around a clear condition. Where you have to go over here and kill this guy. I just said these guys, but there's only one guy there. But you literally have to, like, take a detour there before going up. And, yeah. And like I said, a lot of these levels are built around respawning barrels, where you throw a barrel, it respawns, you use it again. You know, you miss, no problem. Barrel respawns. I think it's great. I think it's good that this game didn't just do exactly what DKC2 did, and instead did something original, did something new, really took it in a different direction from the previous game. I think it's really clever, and I think that, you know, DKC3 in particular, after you know how well DKC2 did, it would be hard pressed to match what DKC2 did without just taking some risk and doing something pretty different, which is what they did. You know, if this had just been like the same sorts of levels as DKC2, it would be cool, but you know, you gotta appreciate them going in a new direction, mixing it up, etc. Okay. We lost Kitty. We're, you know, a little bit of a risk here, but we haven't died yet. Everything's good. Oh, by the way, at the end of the level, you return to the start of the level, which is pretty fucking cool. You know, levels didn't really work like this in DKC, right? They didn't just have you return to the start with stuff being open now. That's just not a thing, and DKC3 very much tried big things like that to sort of make it stand out from the previous games, which were polished, you know, super polished and super tight games. But, you know, this game does things to like, not be, strictly speaking, stuck in its shadow. DKC2's shadow. I looked away and nearly got hit by a neek. Okay. Okay. There's a squawks there. I'm not really interested in the squawks right now. Ooh. I usually go the squawks route, honestly. But it's fun going the other route sometimes, you know? That's a good thing in a level, by the way, if you're building one, is a little bit of choice, a little bit of opportunity to go one way or a completely different way. Makes your level more replayable, means that there's more to it, some interest to it, because, like, ooh, I get to make a choice. You know, it's fun. And it doesn't have to be a big choice, doesn't have to be a real choice, it just... You know, sometimes a choice is as simple as, like, do you jump over this enemy or do you kill it? And, you know, think about it. Think about what options you want to present the player, and just, you know, give them options. Okay, we jump out here. And here we can either go up and get the one up, or we can just go straight to the right. that spider would have taken you up if you had jumped on him, which we didn't. Okay. Okay. Yep. Oh. Oh. Okay. Okay, we got it. We got it. Whew. I would like to get past World 2 in one of these games. And it kind of looks like it's going to be DKC3. After World 2 of DKC3, you actually have two choices of levels. We're going to go to Cotton Top Cove. Cotton Top Cove, I think that's the name of that world. Cotton Top Cove next. That is the canonical World 3, but technically you can play Worlds 2, 3, and 4 in any order you like. There's a lot of cool things about DKC3, just mixing up the formula, trying new things, not necessarily going with just what worked for the other two games, and I think it's really cool, and I think it's, you know, the second best game in the series because it doesn't just play it safe. Did I say second best? Tropical Freeze is second best. This is the third best game in the series because it, you know, doesn't just, you know, play it safe. It doesn't just play it safe. It doesn't just try to be a successor to DKC2. It tries to be its own thing, and it succeeds. I like this bit where you jump into the water, even though the water has been dangerous the rest of the level. It's really cool, and a level where, you know, you're avoiding the water to just have the opportunity to take a quick dip. This is another level where, like, barrels are really important. You have to get barrels and use them to create platforms for yourself, and if you fuck it up, they respawn, so it's quite doable. Ugh. I felt like there was a little bit of lag there, but it's fine. Got a DK barrel right after. Yeah, I mean, it kind of felt like you can literally see it with your eyes. There, it's lagging up a little bit. I am sure whenever that happens, it's like, I can't imagine they added it, right? I bet that's just like accurate to the original DKC. You know, the original SNES. Wasn't a perfect system, the SNES. Alright, here we go. Arc Boss. Or Iraq Boss. Arch Boss. Wait, is that the name of the level? No, it's Arch Lair. Isn't it? I knew a guy named Arc Boss, so that's why when I see Arc, I think Arc Boss. That is also the name of a song from the soundtrack of the GBA version of DKC3. Arc Boss. I think that's the namesake of that person. At least that's what they went with. Let me be clear, they no longer go by Arc Boss. They did so only in the aughts. They're called something else now, online. But I still think of Arc Boss whenever I see Arc, the boss. His name is, it's actually like Iraq, I guess, like Arachnid. See, that's the pun. Arachnid. So, I guess you have to pronounce it like Iraq. But the spelling is a little weird for that. So, it's hard to remember. Hard to remember that. Here's another thing that's weird about DKC3. When you beat a boss, in some cases, you get like an item. And that item is what allows you to proceed forward. It's kind of very ambitious. I shouldn't say ambitious, but it's very different for a DKC game. Alright, we're going to use this patch to patch up a inner tube. Let's a new tub for you to rub-a-dub-dub. That's some dialogue for you. We got the hovercraft. Is this on the box art, the hovercraft? It's funny in DKC, they make it so that only B is confirmed, which makes sense because B is the jump button. But in modern Nintendo games, A and B A tends to be confirm, whereas even if B is actually the actual jump button. Because, you know, A confirm, B, you know, back up. I kind of think these days, the SNES kind of fucked up, didn't they? It's funny, like, that I'm saying that since it's become, like, the default, button layout for Nintendo games, but I think they kind of fucked up putting A on the right and B on the bottom. Really, and especially this is, like, messes up Nintendo 64 games and NES games especially, but they probably should have put A on the bottom and B on the left. That's probably how the diamond should have been set up, and you know, it's kind of what Microsoft did, except they did the B on the right rather than on the left. But you know, if they had done it that way, it would have made, you know, NES games would have made more sense on the diamond, and N64 games would make sense on the diamond as well without any real changes. We just lost Dixie, so that is a little worrisome. We will try to do our best to not get hit and continue playing DKC3. DKC2 doesn't have any pure water levels. Instead, it has all those hybrid water levels, which are extremely cool. Oh, jeez. Had to move right as soon as fast as possible to avoid getting hit by that guy. Ooh, that was close. DKC3 actually does have some pure water levels, such as this one, which is entirely a water level. Now, DKC3 also has coin in it, so as a result, they need to put like a solid ground portion at the end of each level. Also, the flagpole that you grab wouldn't work underwater, so they do go ahead and do that. We're not worrying about coin, we're not worrying about bonuses, so we're just gonna carry on there. Ooh, okay, Rocket Barrel Ride. This is the level, by the way, that inspired Extendo Slam Jam, my most popular Mario Maker level, with over 1,500 likes. You know, that that level. This level is based upon going up extremely quickly through a vertical level, where you jet upward and then have to deal with something at the top where you end up. Of course, my level is pretty different. It's not exactly the same. But you know, you can sort of see the basic inspiration. You know, going up in a rocket barrel is very much like ground pounding and exclamation point block, and going up very, very fast. In this case, I mentioned earlier that in a lot of DKC, if you go at the first opportunity, you'll be all right. That is the case in DKC1's first level, Ropey Rampage, where it looks like a bunch of dangerous, like, swinging on ropes, right? But if you just jump on the first opportunity each time, you're actually safe, and it's beautiful. In this case, that's not actually the case. There are definitely, like, places where if you go on the first time the rocket barrel goes up, you will always get hit. Which I think is not as good. It's better, I think, to make it so that you can get through on the first go. Like this one, you cannot get through on the first go. You need to go through on the second go. Also, this one, same story. Second go only. I would totally adjust that timing to be the other way, so you got through on the first go rather than the second. And here, by the way, Perry the Pale Bird, very cool idea. Perry sort of follows you a good deal above you, and if Perry gets hit, you lose Perry. What am I doing? This is dangerous. Okay. We're going pretty well in DKC3. It's the only game where we've completed 2 whole worlds before, before dying. DKC1 was kind of embarrassing. You know, we only got, we didn't even finish World 1 of that one. But we did complete World 1 of DKC2. So, you know, so far, doing pretty well. Doing pretty well. Alright. I would keep a track on the screen of like how far we got in each game, except that I wouldn't want to update it every time. This is, by the way, probably my favorite DKC3 level. It's just a very fun, very fast level where you're avoiding these creeps. These creepers? Creepers? I forget if they're creeps or creepers. I think they're creepers. But not in the Minecraft sense. Different enemy. Anyway, these creepers, you sort of have to avoid them. Their patterns are interesting. You gotta jump on these guys as well. And avoid, go under the creepers. No, I'm sorry. Go around under the buzzes. And, yeah, you have to do what I just did. It's all very interesting. The movements, the timing, and it all works really, really well. That's a level. Alright. DKC3 is going very well. Hopefully people, I don't know that people are tuning in for this, but hopefully people enjoy watching the VOD or something. I see that the VODs all get a good number of views. Well, some of them, most of them. So people are watching them. Eventually, or parts of them. I'm not sure how much. I'm not sure how much people are watching, honestly. It seems kind of weird to me. Personally, like, mostly I see Twitch as just a way to, like, watch live people. You know what I mean? Like, the stream interaction is an important part. Certainly there are people that I will watch a VOD for, like, Voidburger, or like Dan Reichert. I'll definitely watch their VODs, if I miss the stream, which, sometimes I do. Like today, Dan did a stream, Saturday day. Kind of preoccupied on Saturdays with family stuff. So Saturday, during the day anyway. The night is more free, which is why I'm doing the stream now. After I've returned home, I'll definitely check out that VOD later, but I don't know. Don't really know how much of the VOD people are watching. That's the sort of thing that makes me wonder, Are people like watching a bit? Are people just watching like 5 seconds? Are there people out there watching the whole thing, even ones that went on for hours and hours? Maybe people just jump around. Maybe people are jumping around and going like, oh, this looks like a cool Mario Maker level, and watching like specific ones. I can see it, Being able to watch a VOD means you can skip the boring parts and just focus on the parts that are interesting, right? Like if someone's just trying over and over again on one level, you can skip to the point where they actually get it, which could be fun. I'm curious, like, hey, very much open to feedback. If you're like out there watching the VOD and having a good time, you can tweet at me and say like, hey, I watched the VOD, I'm having a good time. Okay. I understand, like, I don't really have a schedule right now. I'm just sort of streaming whenever I want, whenever it feels right. I tweet about, like, schedule details and stuff, but I'm not sure, like, the people following me on Twitter really interested in that, and in, like, my Twitch escapades. So I kind of feel weird, like, cluttering a Twitter feed with, like, oh, I'm going live, I'm doing a thing. I kind of see now why I know another X-Giant Bomb person, Abby Russell. Whenever she does a stream, she does a tweet, and then after the stream, she deletes it, deletes the tweet. I kind of understand now why, because, it'd be weird knowing that people are looking at the going live in notification, like, the next day going like, oh wow, you did a stream, huh? Weird. I kind of feel like I'd be self-conscious about that. Maybe I should, I don't know. People would give people a chance. Rather than letting people just find it on on Twitch. Okay. Also, maybe should have saved this for a more normal night. I'm not sure. Maybe it's a little late for most people. 1 a.m. and all. But hey, I'm having fun. That's sort of the idea. We're about to finish World 3 of DKC3 one go. That's the farthest in the game we made it on a single life. We'll see if we can do a whole 4 worlds. Well, I shouldn't be so hasty. Let's see if we can do this world before, declaring victory. Okay. I think I only need to go around once for the first go. 2. Damn it. Fuck. I missed the second eye there. I'm gonna jump over, and I'm gonna squirt it from this side. By the way, this is Squirt. Squirt, ironically, is a boss you have to squirt to kill. You have to squirt him in the eye a couple times. I think I need to go around twice. Yes. Go around twice. Dang it. That felt a little risky. While, of course, taking a hit taking 2 hits will kill us. Okay. We're on to the next phase of the fight. I think this is a 4-phase battle. You have to do this 4 times. 4 different water patterns. 4 different times you poke him in both of his eyes. Nope, actually. Huh. I remember there being a phase where he has 2 water spouts, but that must be like the Game Boy Advance version that added a second spout or something, rather than the original version. Huh. Interesting. Alright. We have cleared 3 worlds in DKC3 without dying. That is the best we've done tonight. DKC2, we cleared 1 world. DKC1, we didn't even clear a single world. We died on Barrel Blast Canyon. Barrel Canyon. That's the name of that level. And in DKC2, we died on Red Hot Ride. Okay, we lost Kiddy Kong. We need to be a little careful. Okay, go. I can't wait for the holidays. Really excited for those. Going to try to keep my sleep schedule from getting away from me over the weeks I have off this December. To do that, just planning on like waking up in a nice, reasonable time, maybe like 8:30 or something. Maybe 10:30 on some days. You know, if I'm really tired, I can always take a nap, but would like to be awake at normal hours. Just because I sort of find that if I let my sleep schedule just get away from me, and suddenly I'm up at like 3 a.m. Regularly, well not 3 a.m. but like 5 a.m. You know, 3 a.m. that's fine to me, like on a weekend, especially on a holiday. 4 or 5, that's like getting into like ooh territory, you know. That's like, it's gonna be hard to come back from that, you know. But ideally, you know, hey, if I'm getting up at 9:30, maybe like going to sleep at like 2 or 3 would be like ideal, you know, like 6 or 7 hours of sleep. I don't usually get 6 or 7 hours of sleep. I usually get less. Would be nice to get more, I guess. On a weekend, I like to sleep in. and just sleep and sleep and sleep and just really recover from the week. And then I like to stay up as well. I like to stay up a lot. You know, it's just easy to get more time in a day. That's an interesting diagonal arrow. This is, by the way, the minecart equivalent in DKC3, the toboggan. Each of the games has a minecart equivalent. We haven't, of course, seen minecarts or roller coasters in the other 2 games, so this is the first we're seeing it. But this is the first one we're seeing. But you know, it's sort of a cool way of doing it. You're sort of tobogganing down the inside of this pipe. It's very cool, very original. The aesthetics are good, and it's just fun. Yeah, nothing to complain about in this level. I like how they put a rail on the top of the pipe, and sometimes you can, you know, you like go down, you go along the top of the rail. What is holding onto the top? Is there like a little, there's like a little holder or something that's coming down? Never really thought about what that was. Alright. We haven't made a rotation yet. We've only played each of the games once. I was kind of hoping to play the first 2 for longer, but I am happy that DKC3 is going as well as it is. Sort of the, you know, the revenge after 2 and 1 both ended in a death, unfortunately. DKC1 because I did a barrel blast wrong, and DKC2 because a clobber totally fucked me over out of nowhere because I rudely tried to skip killing him rather than killing him and being safe. And he totally knocked me right off the hot air balloon. Hot balloon. That makes me think of Hot Cops from Arrested Development. The Hot Cops, it's a joke. Not real cops, they're strippers. Hot balloon. Okay. Well, hot air balloon is the thing. Except this is more of a... The balloons in Red Hot Ride always look more like... What do they look like? They look like cold packs or something. You know, something you fill with cold water if you want to, like, cool your head or something. I don't know what those are called. They're kind of plasticky. Well, not plasticky, more like rubbery. Not exactly. Like a hot air balloon. Crap. Okay. We can do this. This is a cool level, by the way. One of the only though it is one of the only like vertical auto scrollers where the screen is like constrained. I'm gonna go this way, the way on the right, rather than the way that's safer, which is like the bonus way that gets you to the DK coin. Not the DK, maybe the DK coin. I can't remember. Maybe it's just a bonus. But basically, if you go there, you can. It's a whole thing. Not important. All right. Blazing bazookas. That felt weird. It felt like I could have missed that jump very easily and gotten hit and killed there. But anyway, we're just relaxing. We're just doing this correctly. We're just rolling. Halo is really fun, by the way. If you haven't played Halo, Halo is probably a pretty easy recommendation, especially if you have Game Pass. If you have Game Pass, definitely play it. Also, the online is free. Personally, I haven't really gotten into the online so much yet. Like the multiplayer, you know, kind of. I'll be honest, I played some team big team battles with some friends, and you know, I just don't. It's not that fun to me. Big team battles anyway. Maybe if I was playing like a Fiesta mode, I'd have more fun. I really like Fiesta and like Slipgate. That's a little awkward, this jump. You can't really see the place you need to go. But, you know, that's the constraints of the SNES for you. You only had SD TVs to work with. Alright. At this rate, it's very possible that I will finish the game rather than dying. No, I don't think I will do that. If I had to guess where I will die, I would say, I'd say like Bleaks. I was never really good at the Bleak fight. You know, because it's based on the minigame, the Swanky Kong minigame. That's basically where we're heading. I say basically where we're heading. It's in the next world. The next world is K3, so we will have to fight Bleak after we fight Chaos. Of course, after like a dozen more levels. Not a dozen, like 6. I just jumped right into the buzz. Need to time that better. The physics here are nice and slow, but they are good. And this level, you know, is well designed. I thought a lot about this level when making my own low gravity level, which I did in Zero G Refinery, in Mario Maker 2. I looked a lot to this level, how it handled its like platforming and how it did things, and what I ultimately ended up in my level doing was a lot more stuff where you had to like where you had a lot of low ceilings. If you kind of notice, a lot of this level, because it's in these pipes, it kind of has low ceilings. So if you jump, you can't jump full height, and you end up being pushed back down because your jump is stopped. Okay, we got Kiddy Kong. Well, I don't know if it's Kiddy Kong. We got the other, our Kong partner. We got an extra hit. We should be safe. This is a cool bit. The barrel there, I don't believe it respawns because it's technically optional that you kill that guy and make it a little bit easier. DKC3 is a little bit of a different game from DKCs 1 and 2. I think that is to its advantage. That it has this very different personality, that it has like a much more puzzly bent to it. You know, you could say like these, it lugs a puzzle level where like, ooh, you know, the challenge isn't like, oh, how do you like, ooh, this is a difficult. You could use barrels there to like clear the way, or you can just like fly through. It's kind of nice. There's a DK coin you can get by taking squawks up in the other direction. But like I said before, we're not really interested in those this run. We're just looking to beat the game, to do any percent. Which also means that this will end at Baron K. Rulenstein's castle. I'm not really a big fan of boss fights in general. I kind of feel like, especially in DKC, it's a game that really is really like big on motion, like going from place to place to place, going really fast, not stopping for nothing. So a boss fight where you have to like stay in the same area, run back and forth, and avoid things, and you can't really accelerate it like significantly, is kind of boring to me. But let me just say where I'm going with this. The boss fight at the end of DKC3, any percent anyway, Baron K. Rulenstein's castle, I really like that level. That's probably my favorite boss fight, probably in video games in general. Really enjoy playing that fight. It's a good fight. There's a lot of different phases, and you know what's good about it? Each of the phases takes 2 hits. Exactly 2 hits. You know, this is before they really like, I say they, this is where before like culturally, rule of 3 was sort of enshrined. Back then they were just like, yeah, there's gonna be like 5 phases, On each phase, you take 2 hits. You do 2 hits, and it's good. And it moves at a really nice pace. It's just a really fucking good boss fight. I would recommend that boss fight to anyone watching the VOD, or anyone who is watching currently and not saying anything, jeez. By the way, this is, Chaos is secretly, Donkey Kong and Diddy Kong. They have been hypnotized and put into a metal tin can. Okay. Fuck. Okay, we can get up and we can do a hit. Is that it? Yeah, that's it. I think that was just 2 hits per phase. Yeah, you know, this is before Rule of 3, and you know what? 2 hits per phase makes this fight really crisp, you know, makes it go really nicely. Not a lot of unneeded cruft here, just very efficient. Anyway, we've cleared 4 worlds now in DKC3. That's over half the game. That's over half the game. Well, that's over half of any percent. It is exactly half of the overall game if we were doing Krematoa. However, we are not. So, over half the game. It is not impossible for us to beat the game here and now without dying a single time. Let's do it. Off to K3. This level here, creeping class, crevice creepers, is a level that inspired Mint Chocolate Mountain from my Mario Maker 2 output. That level also has a lot of like going upwards through like enemies that are chasing you. Or tracking your movements, so you sort of have to juke them a little bit and go up where they're not. Except in that level, you have, you know, Fire Flower and you have like Goombas you can throw, so there are options of dealing with the guys who are in that game. Monty Moles with spike hats, with spinies on their heads. That level was really successful. This level is just a great level as well. It's just really fun to go up and go around all these. I said they were creepers before, but you know what? I'm just remembering the creepers in the title of this name is not their name. These are clasps. That's the name, clasp. I'm pretty sure that's the name of these guys. Doesn't have anything to do with creeping. You think this would be crevice clasps, but I guess that doesn't really roll off the tongue, does it? Kind of sounds awkward when I say it, clasps. Am I saying it weird? Clasps? Clasps? I kind of sound like I'm saying pss, 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 like you say to a cat, like piss, piss, piss. Clasps. Clasp. Sounds a little better when I just say the singular. That's crevice creepers. Now on to Tearaway Toboggan. Okay, so this is an this is another, you know, like okay, we got into the bonus stage. That's fine. That's fine. You know, it's better than a death. It's better than a death. I'm going to just win the bonus game, apparently. I was only trying to kill myself there, but I'm going to win it. By the way, deaths in bonus games do not count. They are not deaths. That is a bonus, failing a bonus game. Does not count. Not a death. You don't lose a life. So, yeah. Just letting you know if that comes up again. Jeez. This could be it for DKC3 right here. If we're not careful, I'm sort of in focus mode now, just sort of making sure I react quickly to every jump that comes up. We don't want to just, like, fucking... Jesus Christ. Just hurtle off a cliff here. Jump over. Jump over. Jump over. Damn, what a cool... This is a cool level, though. I think we just about got it. Yeah, we got it. Alright. First try on this whole game so far, up to this point. Shame that we didn't have this much luck in DKCs 1 and 2. Kinda didn't expect to get to... Kinda was thinking, like, with DKC1 and DKC2, that I would get through, like, this much of those games as well, but, you know, I guess nothing happening. I play those games a lot, you know. Not just full playthroughs, I often just duck back to them to play, like, a level or two, and sort of get some inspiration and think about, like, how the levels are designed for the purposes of improving my Mario Maker making. You know, if I'm going to make a level that is, like, conceptually similar to this level, I'm going to switch to Dixie, because this is how you do this section. I want to play this level and think, like, what is cool about this level? Why does it work? And really just get a feel for what they did here. And then, you know, from there I will think about, you know, what elements I want to use, what works well in my level, and what lessons I can apply from these levels for my own. I don't really have any specific examples of that from this level. Seems pretty good. I think that the... You know what I will say about this level, actually? I will say that the big barrel drop sequence where you have to jump off 5 barrels or something, that's kind of weird and precise, and it, from what I can understand, it only really works if you're Dixie. That's basically how I've always done it. I would say that that's a very memorable moment, and that is something you should take to heart when making levels. You should try to strive to put in a sequence in there that is, like, particularly unique, particularly flavorful, particularly memorable. That's important to me. I think that's important in a level. Memorability, very important. A level you don't just forget. That should be a goal of yours, as well as, in addition to making a level that's fun, make a level that is memorable. You know, and I feel like that's especially something you can see looking at, like, the more modern games, like DKC, Tropical Freeze, and even DKCR. You know, they very much focus on making a lot of, like, set-piece moments for their levels that are, you know, very much designed to be memorable. You know, where you play them and you think, oh, that is really cool. This happened, then this happened. I fucking was in a minecart, and then the minecart went into a hamster wheel type minecart rail, and you know, it sort of went down a hill. This hamster wheel minecart contraption. It was pretty weird, but you know, you don't forget it necessarily. Not that fast, anyway. DKC Tropical Freeze is probably the better example of it because it's the better game, but you know, Returns sort of starts it with having a very cinematic style. I wonder if we can beat DKC3 without any deaths. We are getting close. We are getting, well, not close, but close. We are getting there. That felt risky. That felt risky. Squirt, squirt, squirt. Squirt, squirt, squirt. Squitter squirts webs. I wouldn't say DKC3 is my favorite. Is one of my favorite games. I would say that, you know, like I said, while it is great that it does something different, what it does isn't as good as DKC2. But it is better than it would be if it was just a pale DKC2 imitation. And it's certainly a hell of a lot better than Returns. So I give it a lot of credit. I think it's really fun, really great. But definitely not that high up on my list of all-time games of all time. It's up there. It's like one of my favorites. You know, I don't necessarily think that being one of my favorite games means that it has to be perfect, right? Like, I would say that the original Donkey Kong Country is probably like a 4 out of 5. It has a lot of flaws. I would say that some of the worlds are, you know, a lot more generic than, you know, in the later games. Like, you take the world that is just in a cave. You gotta wonder that if something went wrong there, and they meant to have a different world for the last world, and then they ended up doing a cave instead of like finishing a lava thing or something. And that would be my bet. I would say that yeah, they probably meant to do like the lava world in DKC1, or maybe a ship world, which they eventually did in DKC2 and DKC Land. But maybe like, Jesus. These lemguins are a little close for comfort. Okay. I don't have Dixie Kong. There we go. Okay, we got Dixie Kong. We can relax. Okay. Good. I like how the colors here, the colors in the sky are changing as you're like moving forward, going to a sunset color, and then to a dusky night, and then snow starts falling. Very cool. Very cool. Okay, here we go. This might be where we're pegged. I'm not really good at this mini game. It's B. B is okay, there's one hit. There's 2 hits. Okay, we gotta avoid this. This is very much like a Mario Maker level I played the other day, where you have to avoid stuff coming at you. Was it a Mario Maker level? No, it was a DKC Returns level that had basically the same thing. A bunch of cannonballs coming at you in a pattern like this, except you were on foot rather than... Oh, jeez. Did I already take a hit? I think I did, so... So we gotta be, like, on fucking point here. Ah! We did it! We did it! First try, okay. The run is not interrupted here. We're just keeping on going, keeping on plowing through, onto the fucking second to last world. Jesus Christ. Oh, also, it seems like we did have Dixie. We didn't have to stress that much over that level. Jesus. Oh, jeez. Any levels coming up that might be the run killer? The street killer. Confused Cliffs was always a motherfucker. That could be the... Confused Cliffs, I believe that's the name of the level, yes. That level's a motherfucker, I can see dying there. I will try not to. It's fun to play with this much pressure, you know? This much, like, consequence to taking a death. You know, I don't usually worry about it that much, but it is fun. Whew. With this room, you just stay along the top, and then you stay along the right, and it all works itself out. Gotta wait here for the guy to go past, if you don't want to take a hit anyway. I need to go get this in order to get past this wall of buzzes without taking any damage. What the fuck? That's never happened before. I've never seen that before. That just literally went right between the buzz, right between the wall and the buzz, without hitting him. Wow. Okay, I gotta fly up this shaft while keeping a hold of this barrel. See what I mean about there being a lot of puzzly levels in this one? A lot of levels where you have to like maintain a barrel and use it to kill a guy to proceed. Like this one right here. And it'll like respawn the barrel if you need it. I don't really do that a lot of my levels. Maybe I should. I usually like to keep the pace like on, keep it like more, I guess more DKC2 than DKC3, you know, like not make the player stop for much. At most they like have to trigger something and then proceed down like a path. Ah! That guy was right there. I could have taken that taken a damage boost there, but you know, it's safer to not. Ugh. Hope anyone watching along, if there is, jeez, is having a good night, having a nice Saturday night. Or if anyone watching the VOD, whenever you watch the VOD, hope that's going well. Okay. Ooh. Ooh. Like I said towards the beginning, if we beat this game, we will go over to the other games and, you know, it'll be like out of the rotation basically. We will only go through 1 and 2. From that point on. This stage is a motherfucker. It's an auto-scroller. I'd say like the vertical auto-scrollers in this are probably like the worst stages in the game. Because they're very like, they stop you from proceeding as fast upwards as you can. And they're pretty specific, you know. Very scripted. Just like proceed in a very specific way or you die. Which isn't really my idea of a good time. I like a level where you can do it like multiple ways. That's something I'll always say is like a hallmark of a good level. Lots of little choices. You know, the game I always think about in this respect is Splosion Man. That is a game that on its face looks like a really good platformer, right? You're jumping, you have a double jump, the basic mechanic is that your jump is also an explosion, so by jumping at enemies, you're doing damage to them, so it's all pretty nice and like well designed, except for that is a game with literally 0 choices to make. Everything is extremely linear. There's only one way to do any level. And as a result, I find it just very boring as a platformer. There's just not a lot to really sink your teeth into. Oh, Jesus. Oh, Jesus. We made it through. Ah! Up, up. Up, above, low, below. Jesus. Whoo. Left, right. I think we about done it. I think we've about done it. Yeah, we done it. We did it. Here we are. That's a level. That's a level. Oh, Jesus. I thought that one might be the end. But it's not. We're keeping on rolling. I think at this rate we'll be in the final world. Because these next 2 levels are not like super hard ones. Next 3 actually. Jeez. If you do drop in, by the way, feel free to say hi. Now would be a great time to drop in because Jesus Christ, the tension, the pressure, so fucking high here. We're in DKC3. We haven't died yet in DKC3. And we are in the second to last world. Things are going amazingly well. There's been some close calls, but yeah. Jeez. Quite harrowing. Quite harrowing. I hope people really like this VOD. This will be a good VOD for the people who, you know, are watching during the daytime or whatever. We took a hit there, so we need to be a little careful, or this could be the end. The thing about these bar bosses is that if you hit them with the unguard while they are closed, you will get spiked. So you don't want to do that. Okay, I believe this is basically the final room here. We just have to proceed. And we can just go like this. We don't have to engage with them at all. And there we go. There we go. Okay. Jesus. If we get through, I want to get through this world, and then I will take a break. Or if I die, I'll take a break. But we are getting right up to it. This level should be pretty easy since, you know, you're on animal buddies the whole time, so that basically means you have an extra hit. Other than this first sequence where you're riding squawks. This is also, by the way, one of the few places where you play squawks with the egg move, the egg/coconut firing, which is, you know, her whole thing in 2. It's kind of my preferred way to play squawks. I don't really love the barrel levels as much, but I will admit that the barrel levels are cool in a puzzly way, where you have to play as purple squawks. Alright. So, from this point on, we'll be playing with an animal buddy, which means if we get hit, we won't be losing a Kong. We'll just be losing the animal buddy, and then, hell, we can even retrieve them. That's what I was meant earlier, where if you time it right, or you time it wrong, you won't actually kill the urchin. What's their name? I had it earlier. Whatever their name is, you won't kill them. Unless they are open for business. Ah, shit. Well, that was the end of the Ellie sequence anyway. Okay. Okay. Carefully, carefully, carefully. I don't really talk about anime that often on the stream, but I watch a lot of it. And I also rewatch a lot of it. If y'all are interested in anime, check out my Analyst. You know, AniList, the site for listing out all the anime you watch. I'm watching a lot this season. I've honestly, originally when I got into anime, I used to watch like 7 shows a season. At this point, I've gotten to a ridiculous point where I'm watching like a dozen or more every season. Maybe like 15 every season. Jeez. It's kind of ridiculous, but you know, I like watching. I like having a few new things to watch every day. It makes it so that, you know, there's there's like appointment viewing, right? Like there's something new for me to watch. Oh, Jesus, to watch every day. This level rules, by the way. I really like the climbing levels in DKC3 with all these these horizontal ropes and interesting buzzes and enemies to avoid while you're climbing. It's really cool. Anyway, a lot of shows I am watching / rewatching. It's fun. I'm not really a big binger of shows in general. I tend to watch like one a night. And, well, I tend to watch one of a lot of per night. So I'll do like one of another, one of a third one. And then maybe say like, okay, that's probably enough. Though, you know, it depends on what shows I'm watching. Some shows are very bingeable, you know. Some shows you just want to go like, oh, I want to watch the next one right now. I want to watch a third one right now. Other shows, they feel more like, alright, wow, we are at the fucking end of the second to last world of DKC3. All in one try, all in one life. Let's beat Barbados. So in this one you have to... too soon. Too late. Just right. That was too soon as well. There we go. Now we hold down the thing, and we just take our time and nice... That was nearly fucked. All these phases, by the way, are basically two-phase because you have to sort of hit both of those little guys before proceeding. And now he is doing the thing. Alright, to the last phase of this boss fight. I'll say, like, the boss fights in DKC3 are probably the best in the series. Though Tropical Freeze's bosses are also great. You know, this boss is fun. You think like Belcha, that's a fun boss as well. Arc, that's a fun boss. Squirt, very different. They get pretty unique with their bosses. This one you have to go up and down, avoiding these spikes in this phase. Oh, I think it's slowed down. One more hit and we've done it. Okay. Sort of a bullet hell. Ah! But we got it. Ah! Alright, we're gonna take a break. I'm going to, you know, take care of some business. And we're gonna be back in a bit for the last world of DKC3. Let's fucking go. Alright, I'm putting the controller down. And we're going to a break. Hello, y'all. We're back. Let's do this fucking thing. Let's go. Let's go. Here we go. The first level of world. Of the final world. Conveyor rope clash, I believe it is. It's a level with these ropes that are on conveyor belts. Pretty cool level. This level in particular sort of inspired one of my levels, the Ramparts Unknown. That level has a lot of conveyors that work similar to these conveyor ropes, with spike balls similar to the zingers. And you sort of have to go down the conveyors, which gets complicated later when Phanto appears. Very cool level. Very cool level. Very successful. Really love that level a lot. Drew a lot from this level. On like how to handle the conveyor belt parts without being too mean, I think. That's just a thing I do a lot. I look at these levels and I think, like, what kind of things do I want to make in my levels? What kind of level from DKC have I not made yet? And I sort of look at that and try to, like, pull what I like, figure out what about them that I like, and, you know, go from there. Look at that. We're fucking done. There's the ending. Very nice. Very nice. Are there levels in this world I'm worried about? Yes. Lightning lookouts can be very dangerous. The lightning can be very frightening. Coin dozer. Carnage? I forget what that level's called. But the level with the coin dozers can be quite difficult. If those coin dozers, like, get you, they will just fuck you up, you know. They can just hit you right off a ledge, off a cliff, and there's no real recourse. Or, there's a recourse, just don't. You gotta get good and not get in there. Shit. There we go. Okay. We gotta make sure not to go in these... Fuck. Jeez, that was harrowing. We gotta make sure to not go in the wrong barrel, because the wrong barrel means death. These are just, I forget what they're called in this game. Knockler. That was close. Jeez. Okay. 1, 2. There we go. I am very on the edge of my seat here. Not literally, because I am, of course, very relaxed physically. But I am fucking on edge here, in a metaphorical, figurative sense, with how the stakes are right now. This could be it. We just have to get through a couple of really hard levels cleanly, and we'll have beat the game in fucking one life. How fucking cool is that? I don't know if I've ever done that before, or, you know, ever really tried, honestly. There's no barrel there, that's pretty fun. Here we go. Now! That's a level, just 3 more left, 3 more levels. And the boss. But like I said, I love the boss, so the boss shouldn't be a problem. The level I'm most worried about is the coin dozer one, because that's the one where instant death is on the table. This one, we just have to play it right. We just have to play it right. And if possible, keep a barrel above our heads, because a barrel will absorb a lightning strike like that. Ugh. And also, you gotta juke the lightning sometimes. So long as we're not directly under the lightning, we'll be fine. Shit! Ah! Okay, there's the DK barrel. Switching to this guy. Okay. This lightning loves us, by the way. I don't know if you noticed, but it's fucking following us. And you don't want to be in the water when it strikes, by the way. Water is not good. Sorry I'm not talking, this is pretty fucking harrowing. Jesus Christ. There's some lag. I got the barrel. Another barrel, very good. But I can't get through without... There's some lag here. Oh, that respawns. Very nice. Though I can't really bring it forward here. Oh, yes I can. No, I never really thought about how the... We got through Lightning Lookout! How the barrel slows you down. Slows down your run speed, especially as Dixie. I guess that's sort of a trade-off with... that Diddy doesn't have, right? In DKC2 specifically. I believe he sort of just runs at full speed, even when he's holding a barrel. Whereas Dixie has the hover. But otherwise, it's pretty similar in speed to Diddy. Okay. We just have to do this right. This is probably the riskiest level left in the game. Because any of these guys could just knock us off a ledge and it would be over. Gotta do this right. Yeah. Okay. Ugh. Okay. We got control. There's the checkpoint. We're halfway done. Halfway done. In the second half, there's going to be a lot more jumps that you have to take off a coin dozer. So you have to lure a coin dozer over and jump onto him very specifically. This is the sort of thing that DKC2 does or DKC3 does that 2 doesn't really do as much, right? Very specific paths. Not really an alternative to engaging with the level mechanic here. You know, you have to do it right. Yeah. Jeez. How's my, Okay. I'm gonna grab a quick drink because I am thirsty. Jeez. Ooh. Oh, Jesus. I am most of the way through this level. If I can get through this level, I think I'm... Let me crouch down so I'm visible on camera from over here. And so we'll crouch walk. That's awkward. If we can get through this level, I think we're fucking golden. Let me, yeah, do something on the computer there. We are getting really goddamn close. Really goddamn close. Okay. By the way, if you don't jump like that, they come at you. Fucking one level left. One level left, and the boss fight. Oh my god. This is Poisonous Pipeline. It's a level where the controls are reversed. It's a very fiddly water level. You sort of have to maneuver between all these like tough, difficult to avoid enemies. It's pretty difficult, but very doable. Very doable. The first half especially, because you can get a unguard by going into this bonus. Like I said, by the way, bonuses are strictly optional, and we're not counting them for deaths if we die in a bonus. However, for what it's worth, I have not yet died in a bonus because I beat the only one that I've been in other than this one. And I beat this one as well, so 2 for 2. And now we can basically just adjust... Jesus. I went too far there, but it worked out. I was able to kill that guy. And that guy as well. Ah, fuck! I got reversed. Well, no, I really didn't, but I thought up would be down for a second. But it's just left and right that's reversed. But I think there's a DK barrel shortly after this. So yes, we should be safe. We should be safe. Jesus. I would love to put under total deaths DKC complete. You know what? We will amend the... Pretty soon here, we will amend the, we will change the way we're count... Shit. That's a fucking death in the last level. Dang it. That was so close to perfect. I can't believe how fucking close that came. Well, I'm going to go over to the computer cam right now, and we're going to put in some stuff under kill count to make it so that there's more information. Okay. Okay, death count is now 3. And let's go ahead and actually below deaths put in DKC barrel. Let's put in numbers. So that's 1, 4, 5. Let's see. Jungle Hijinks, Ropey Rampage, Reptile Rumble, Coral Capers, Barrel Cannon, yeah, 1, 5. DKC2, 2 red hot rides. So that's 1, 2, 3. It's 2, 4. DKC3. List of deaths. DKC3. Let's see. 6, 5. And if we do multiple deaths on the same level, we'll do like ×2. No, actually, I guess let's just put them in chronological order. Okay, so this will sort of be able to, you'll be able to see like how far we are in each game. Jeez, we were so close to beating DKC3 there. Christ. Wow. Let me count the levels in this world. Conveyor rope clash. Conveyor rope clash. There's the one with the ghost barrels, lightning lookout, coin dozer, and yeah, 5 is this one. Is this the right world though? Is this world 7? I think this is world 7. Hang on. The 2 in the first area, the 2 in the second area, the 2 K3, and yeah, it's actually world 7. Alright, that looks good. Donkey Kong Country. Kind of confused why there's 2 entries for Donkey Kong Country. Donkey Kong Country 1 on categories. Is there like a NES game, NES like fan game that's also being included under that? It's weird if so. Alright. Let's get back to the couch. And I will be continuing from here, from DKC1. I'm expecting to get a lot farther now in DKC1. Let me make sure the save slot is there. Yes, I have saved. So back to game selection we go. Back to the first Donkey Kong Country. And that's the rotation, by the way. 1, 2, 3. Easy. Until a game gets beaten, in which case it will be taken off the table. Like, for instance, if we were to get back to 3. Which, hey, you know, maybe we'll beat 1 and 2 before we beat 3. Who knows? Who knows? I was a little scared not seeing my save slot, but I remember we saved using the save state rather than the in-game save. Was kind of frightened there for a hot second. Alright. I could totally do like casual speedruns of this game if I really wanted to. Of this series, honestly. Like, maybe that would be fun, like maybe that would be fun as a thing. I would definitely do casual speedruns. I'm not necessarily looking to learn the routes for every level. That doesn't really interest me that much. You know, I'm not really interested in perfecting every level. I'm just interested in playing it how I normally would. But also at the same time, the thing that would sort of put me off that is that I don't care to play the boss fights that much. So, you know, it kind of be that would kind of be like what would push me away. You know, having to like get good at King Zing Sting or like Queen Bee. The one in DKC2 and the one in DKC3. I think one of them is King Sting Zing, and the other one is Queen Bee Rumble or something. That doesn't sound right, but it's something like that. It's like Bumblebee Rumble or something. That's probably it. Okay. I put in the right numbers, right? Yes. Those look right. I still can't believe how close we got in DKC3, only to lose on literally the last level. Incredible. Incredible. If we had made it all the way and beat the game right there, like, fuck, man, that's incredible. We can still beat the game. We still can beat the game, but, you know, we will be giving these other games our best try and trying to get through them as much as possible, as cleanly as possible. So, you know, maybe we won't have that opportunity so much. But then again, DKC, you know, 2 is a harder game than DKC3. I would say. Certainly, it focuses more on the like fast-paced Twitch platforming more than the puzzly, introspective, thinky stuff. That is the technical terms I would use for it. I wonder if we can get through all 3 games tonight. Also, by the way, I guess if we did get through 2 of the games, deaths would be a lot less meaningful in the 3rd game. But you know, who knows? Maybe we just end the stream in that case if we finish 2 of them. Or maybe, what could we do as a punishment? In the event that we finish 2 games and there's a 3rd one left, every death I do something else. Every death I play like a round of Pokemon Unite or something. Maybe like a Smash Brothers. I didn't expect him to jump out of the fucking cart. I forgot he does that. That sucks. Like, literally just jumps out of the cart when you take a hit, even though you have to get back into the cart. Jesus Christ. Well, that's fucking DKC1. We got, like, a few levels farther. I'm gonna go over to the PC and change the game again. Here I am over on the PC. I am here changing the game to DKC2. And I am adding to the list of deaths DKC 2. Personally, I don't usually think of these levels in terms of, like, you know, of like 2-2 or whatever. Let me move that a little over, by the way. Yeah, that's a nice place for it. I don't really usually think of these levels in terms of like 1- whatever, etc., etc. But in this case, it's just the best way to fit them on the screen. Okay, so I have saved the game. Back to the game selection we go, and now DKC2. We are almost back to DKC3, sadly, for another shot at completing it. Of course, we don't really want to get there. This time, I'm not going to be killed by this clobber, no siree. Oh, just think, if we had fucking killed that clobber an hour ago, maybe 2 hours ago, geez, it's been a bit, because DKC, we got through most of it. Maybe we would have completed DKC2 instead. I need to, you know, be a little more attentive and try very hard not to die. This is just a worrisome level just due to how long it is, you know. I'm not worried about Squawk Shaft. Squawk Shaft is pretty easy. I've done it, you know, recently actually when we're researching flying levels to work on my second to last level, Smokestack Attack. Squawk Shaft was one of the levels I looked for inspiration a lot, so you know, I'm pretty familiar with like the structure of it. I mean, I'm always familiar, but I have recently played that level and have it on my mind. The only problem with this level is it's fucking slow. You have to wait on a lot of platforms, wait until you get to like a certain point. We are not worried about the DK coin, so we really don't have to use this DK barrel to do anything in particular. So, you know, I'm just gonna fucking toss it. I don't care. If you did have the DK barrel, you could kill that zinger. Team throw up to there. Team throw, by the way, is when you like when one Kong stands on the other's shoulders and you throw them, and if they land, you sort of warp to where they land, and get a DK coin. But just fucking not caring about that. We were just out of range for that banana coin. There aren't a lot of other levels in this world I'm worried about. Next world has Bramble Scramble, or I'm not sure if it's Bramble Scramble or if it's Bramble Battle. But it has the first Bramble level. It has the Rattly level, Rattle Battle. It can't be It can't be Bramble Battle and Rattle Battle, can it? One of those gotta be a different pun. Bramble Blast? No. One of them is Bramble Scramble, the other one is Bramble something else. Yes. So this level is all about floating on these. Like I said, they kind of look like cold packs, don't they? Rather than like hot air balloons. Like you're gonna fill them with cold water and rest your cheeks on them. I said that like 2 hours ago, if anyone is taking notes, watching the VOD presumably. Don't think anyone's here. Alright, there's K. What am I saying? We're not worried about that. Doesn't matter at all. We're not going for KONG, we're not going for DK coins. We're just playing this any percent. So this level is sort of the inspiration in a lot of ways for my last level. Not last level, second to last level, Smokestack Attack, which is also a level where the first half is on foot and the second half is a flying level. In the same way, a lot of the enemies that you see in the walking half also appear in the second half. You sort of introduce them to the player. I say introduce, obviously. You can show them in earlier levels as well. In some cases, fuck. In the case of these guys, you can literally just get up behind them and kill them from behind. If you want to be really safe about it. Alright. Speaking of safe, with these guys, all you need to do is just not stop for nothing. If you just keep jamming, you will not die. Keep jamming. Keep flying upward really fast. In this case, again, you can kill this guy, and that makes this way safe. No need to time anything. Fly through here. Just keep flying up. And those guys are no trouble at all. Ooh, here we go. Boss fight. I have died a few times on Cleaver's kin. Cleaver can be a little bit of a motherfucker. Particularly when it goes from the phase, when he does the fake death. You have to jump over him very particularly. Though, so long as we don't take a hit up to that point, we can at least sack a Kong. Okay, so he is going to die, but not really. Keep an eye out, he's going to be back. I'm going to switch to Dixie and try to hover over him. We got it. We're good. We're safe. Alright. Take that, asshole. Okay. Usually I just sort of panic at this point in the battle. where he comes down and there's no cannonball to hit him. But you can just go over here, I guess. You know, go back on the hook field. That's a cool boss, you know. It's very nice. Well designed, fun. DKC2 has good bosses as well. The only one in the series where the bosses are a little half-hearted, a little bleh, is DKC. And I say, like, the ones in this game and 3 are both really well done. Both really well done. Though, you know, like I said, 3s I think are better. Here's a Rambi. We're gonna get a Rambi just for the first half of the level. This is something that, you know, DKC does a lot. You know, they have you find an animal buddy, but after the halfway point, because they don't give it back to you after you die, there's oftentimes even just like a thing that's like, hey, no Rambi behind this point. You literally can't take Rambi to the second half of the level. Not really. Like here, you'll see after a short sequence here, there's a no Rambi sign. Hey, General Matthew. That means World 1, 5th level. Well, think of it like Mario notation. By the way, I don't know if you can tell, but if you look, that DKC3 level, fucking the last level in the game. Literally, nearly did DKC3 all in one run. It was so fucking tense, dude. I can't believe I died on the last level. Jesus Christ. But we are working our way back to there. Slowly. I sort of wanted to list out what levels I had died on, but the level names are too long to, like, fit into the... You're not playing Paper Mario. Not today. Today I'm playing Donkey Kong Country 1 through 3. And every time I die, I switch games. So I have died 3 times so far. No, actually, 4 times. I died... I didn't update the death count. 1 second. 1 second. I have died 4 times, which I will now correct. 4. There we go. And every time I die, I change games. So go from 2 to 3, from 1 to 2, from 3 to 1, depending on which one I'm playing at the moment. And if I beat a game, which I am really just on the precipice of with DKC3, it gets taken out of the rotation. That's the plan, anyway. I was nearly... Shit. This might be a tough level, just because you don't get a unguard in this level, so you just have to, you know, be good and avoid all the attacks while making it your way through this dark maze-like... Nearly hit that float, Sam. I don't know how far I'm going to get tonight. I'm having fun, though, and so long as I'm having fun, I'm going to keep going. Paper Mario is another night. Paper Mario will be another night. I did Chapter 1 and Prologue last night on Friday. And it was really fun. I'm looking forward to going into Chapter 2 on that. Maybe that'll be like Sunday or something. Or maybe we'll do some Mario Maker Sunday. I also just uploaded a new level of that. Though I'm thinking I might make some revisions, make it a little bit easier. So we're getting some feedback to that extent. And people are, and the clear rate is a little lower than I typically like, especially for World 3. Hope you like DKC. I love DKC myself. General Matthew. Jeez. And because I am, you know, switching games every time I die, I am being very careful to avoid death, whatever the cost, here. Because the stakes, you know, they're pretty high. At least for me, I don't know. I still can't believe how close I came to beating DKC3 in one go. Literally the last level. Literally the last level. When we get back to that, I gotta make good. I gotta get through that level, and I got to, in one try, and I gotta do Baron K. Rulenstein. At which point, it'll be like, I'll put a thing that says, like, DKC3 defeated, 1 death on the screen. This is one of my favorite levels. I love this level. It's very cool having, like, the lily pads and jumping off the flitters here. Jumping from the little, I don't know what these are called, reeds, I guess. Jumping from the reeds to the flitters to the croc heads. It's all very cool. It's a great level. This is one of the levels actually back in Mario Maker 1, I actually did 4 remakes of DKC levels in Mario Maker, and this was one of them. I learned a lot remaking those 4 levels about how DKC structures its levels, how it builds ideas up, and how it's really not afraid to change everything for the second half. All 4 of the levels that I did, big things were introduced right after a checkpoint, and the levels changed like significantly, which I thought was really interesting. I would put the name of the levels into the, like, on the left-hand side, but, you know, it just wouldn't fit at the font I'm using. Which I figure is a good font to make it, like, nice and big and legible. Personally, I don't usually think of, like, DKC levels as being, like, 1, 2, 1, 3, whatever, you know, Mario notation. But I do, in this case, just for convenience, and like doing it on the overlay like that. Paper Mario is still really great. You know, I always think TTYD is just the superior one, but replaying it, replaying Paper Mario, I'm struck by, like, even in the first chapter where things aren't quite begun yet and things are moving pretty slowly, you still get a lot of good build up, a lot of good, like, there are still choices to be made in that first level, in the prologue, even though you don't have action commands, right? Even though you only have, like, a jump and a power jump, there's still choices to be made. There's still, like, a resource to effectively manage. And it's still somewhat engaging. The brilliance of the combat system still comes through on that first level. On that first section, I suppose I should say. It's not really a level, it's just a prologue. Whew. I believe now we are going to Slime Climb. Slime Climb is really good. This is a tough level, a difficult level. We'll see if I can just clinch on through to the other side, I suppose. Ah, fuck! I fell in the lava. Crap. The lava, the water. The water with a bad guy in it. A fish that will bite you if you fall in. You really don't want to fall in that lava. Water. It's like lava, in that it's basically does you a hit, and also means you can't take that shortcut. I'm gonna get that DK barrel, and I'm gonna climb on up. I believe the halfway point is right here. Yes. I have played a ton of DKC so I know the levels pretty well. You know, that's how I'm able to beat it in nearly one try. DKC3 anyway. DKC1 and DKC2 have been a little more shoddy. You know, a little more. I've died more times in those games. I've gotten farther anyway. But I know them pretty well. So it's not impossible for me to one-shot both of these games. I say one-shot, two-shot, I guess, because I already died once in DKC3 and DKC2, respectively. Alright, that's the end of the level. Very nice. I like the idea of streaming on the weekend. You know, it's a free day, and you know, nothing else is really going on, so might as well. Here we go, first Bramble level. This one's a barrel level, wherein you know, have to go through these things. I played this level recently. It was one of the levels I was looking at for inspiration, I believe, for the last level, Automation Station. I can't remember why I was looking at this level in particular. It's kind of it's not really that related, is it? Maybe I was looking at it for another level or something, or for some other reason. But I was definitely playing this level the other day, so it's kind of fresh on my mind. Oh, you know what it is? It has a squawk sequence. I was looking at it for Smokestack Attack. That's it. Like I said before, you know, in a lot of cases I'm looking at levels from I'm already making, levels that are similar to the ones I want to build. And I'm thinking about, I didn't know that was exactly safe to do, but apparently it's safe to do. There's a claptrap there. Bunch of bugs. Going to just go into this barrel directly. I know my way around these mazes. If you're looking for clues, just like look for the bananas. Bananas will always steer you right. Look for the bananas and think of where you haven't been. That will always do you good. That's some Wengas Las Tango Mayor. I'm sorry, Arken1298. I do not speak Spanish. Not a language I've spent much time with, unfortunately. Well, I say that I did take Spanish in like high school, like, you know, 10 years ago or whatever. I wasn't a very good student though. I did not pick up any of it. That's pretty common, I think, for for Americans. He spends a weird amount of time in the air. Alright. Okay, your English is terrible. Worse than my Spanish, I guess. So things are going well, just tuning in. I nearly beat DKC3 in one try, but DKC2 and 1 is going worse, and 2 is like, you know, I'm in World 3 now, after 1 death, so we'll see how far I can get on this life before going back to DKC3. You know, I'm not really a big speaker of other languages, just English pretty much. Though I do fuck around on Duolingo for Japanese because it's kind of an interesting language. I don't know I actually could, like, do anything with that. You know, it's kind of just more like... No matter, like, how much Duolingo you do, for Japanese at least, I feel like the amount of Japanese I can understand, like, in everyday, like, anime and all is next to zero still. Even if I understand, like, how the grammar works and I have, like, an okay, like, amount of like, vocabulary, definitely still reading the subtitles, basically any case where I'm watching anime. Well, I guess that's kind of obvious, you know. If subtitles are there, you're not going to read them. Or you're not going to not read them. And also, Duolingo only teaches you to understand, like, where is the, you know, stupid shit like, where is the tractor or some shit, right? That's not necessarily going to do you any good when people are saying things that aren't, you know, like 3 specific lines, right? Or like, I get up at a certain time. I get up at 9 o'clock. Like, oh, if they say anything other than that, I might get confused. Okay. But, you know, it's interesting to study a language, at least in the academic. Things. So long as I have Diddy or Dixie, both of them, I'm feeling pretty good, you know. I have to take 2 hits to actually die. That's, you know, pretty safe. It's not the safest thing in the world. I could still fall in a pit and die, but you know. All right, that's a level. Whew. DKC2 is a very good game. Whew. Target Terror. This is the first roller coaster level of DKC2. I guess, you know, I was saying that, like, the caves world in DKC Returns is pretty weird for having 3 minecart levels. But if you think about it, this world has 2 roller coaster levels on account of it being the theme park world. So I guess it's, like, not the most unprecedented thing in the world, but, you know, it also has 2 beehive levels and a swamp level and a brambles level as well. Excuse me if I'm not reading chat in the middle of level, just because I need to be, like, pretty focused. If anyone is still there, I don't know, maybe that, you know, guy doesn't have good English, so maybe he bounced out. I understand. Yeah. Happens. We're all terrible at, well, I shouldn't say we're all terrible at another language, but yeah, well, other languages are hard. Know enough to say, like, my English is terrible, though. That's not nothing. What's my Spanish? I almost said Mexican. Jeez, my Spanish is terrible. Trying to think what that would be in Spanish. What's I in Spanish, or my? Feel like it should be obvious. What is me? I can't think what I is in Spanish, so I guess I can't say my Spanish is terrible. I think speak is like hable, like so it'd be like no hable español or something. That might be horribly mangled though. This is a fun level. This is a fun level. You're just fucking flying through this fucking bramble nest, making holes in the enemies just by like spewing them with your projectiles. Ooh, what a fun, fast-paced level. It's fast-paced if you want it to be. In Japanese... Crap, that's a death. In Japanese, I think you would say, well, I guess the literal translation would be like, Watashi no Nihongo, no, that's not how you'd say it. You wouldn't say, my Japanese is bad. You would say, like, I am bad at Japanese. So that'd be like, Nihongo ga hera desu, something like that. Where hera means bad at something, or to be unskilled. That's probably mangled, honestly. Okay. I should really get into like some sort of Japanese, actually try speaking it, practicing how it's spoken, etc. I'm sort of not tried very hard on that front. Okay, that's 4. 1, 2, 3. 4, 3. Let's change that to levels I've died on. Oh, DKC. There we go. Well, we are now... I've saved it. Yeah. We are now going back to DKC 3. So let's change the category. And I'm gonna get back on the couch. DKC, we are on the last level of the last world, so we are basically nearly there. Okay, this is one of the first times we're actually resuming in the middle of a level, which is fun. Right, okay, this level you have to go down from the checkpoint. Okay. Nearly forgot about that. Having been away from it for like an hour. It's cool that you start as on guard in the second half. Well, that's not quite true. You only start as on guard if you got the transformation barrel earlier on. But it's cool that you get to begin from there as on guard. I don't think a Mario game would quite do that. If you had Yoshi in the first half, I mean that's not how Yoshi works. Like, and it's also not how a animal buddy from a crate works as well. Those work like a Yoshi. Okay, just gotta play precisely and get through clean, and we can be done with DKC3 in one death. That will be a great thing. Oh, that was too close. Oh, here we go. Hey, we got it this time. Okay, one death, one death. We just gotta beat Castle Chaos, and then we will have credits. And we have 64 lives. Look at that. Perfect. That's a funny number, you know, as far as DKC goes. Anyway, we're fighting this guy again. Again, you have to go under him. But this time, you have to get a barrel and throw it into his mug. Was that good enough? Yes, it was good enough. Now he is going to throw grenades at us. We're going to run under. And I'm going to throw it at his head. And that's Chaos, defeated. What a good boss fight, jeez. It's just literally 2 hits, and that's it. Man, like, rule of 3, nothing. Rule of 2, that's way better at making a really fast-paced fight. The Mugly and Fugly, or Thugly, fights in DKC Returns would be much better if every phase was just 2 hits. Like, forget the rule of 3. Sometimes 2 hits is just better, I think. Just makes a fight that just flows a lot nicer. Has a nice... Also, a thing that's worth noting about this fight is that you get Kitty replaced if you lost him. So, you know, that's really good. DKC Returns is actually the reverse of this. It literally has a checkpoint, and then if you respawn at the checkpoint, you don't get Diddy Kong back. It's fucking absurd that they did it that way. Ah! Shit. I just have to clinch it now on one Kong. Specifically the Kong that cannot hover. Oh, Jesus. But, like I said, every phase is just 2 hits. So it'll have a nice fast flow to it. In this case, we just have to jump over him as he's coming towards us. And then jump over him as he's coming towards us again. And then throw that at him. Okay, nice and slow. Let's jump over him again right here. And once again, there we go. And that's the end of that phase. Now he's going to appear at the top of the screen, and he's going to move our cart over to the left-hand side. This boss is really fun. The phases are interesting, and they last just the right amount of time. I think it's interesting how, like, you know, in retrospect and right now, since there's now just the established rule of 3 that people can use every time, they tend to make longer boss fights or longer phases, and I just think it's more interesting, this boss fight in particular, with its, like, its many phases, all of which are short, except for the last one, which is 3 hits. In the final hit, they do rule of 3. Rule of 3 basically was established for, like, so in this case, it's gonna zap up for a bit. So while between zaps, you need to run across. Okay. As for how long we go tonight, I kind of want to continue on a little bit after beating this game. But beating one of the games is a very natural stopping point, isn't it? But you know, maybe beating 2 of the games. That's the end of DKC3. I'm going to walk back over to my computer and do some business to add to the overlay. Tell you what, I'll put it on the right-hand side. I'll add another text thing. In fact, let me just copy this one. Wait, what? Oh, because I copied it, it's technically just a duplicate of it. I need to copy it and duplicate it. Copy, duplicate. And we'll put in DKC3 finished with 1 death. And let me move that over to be like here or something. Good. We'll just put that up in the upper right, let's say. I know a lot of other streamers, they do like this whole full screen interface thing. I kind of like the game to be as big as possible, and myself as little as possible. I don't want to really fill the screen with like a bunch of things that says like, you know, follow me on Twitter, follow me on you can see the streams here. You know, all that stuff is not really what I want to put into an overlay. I want to kind of be more minimal about it. That's just sort of my preference. Alright. We have beaten DKC3. There's this whole credit sequence now we get to enjoy. I think also it'll save the game for us because it's going to return us to the main menu. Tell you what, while this is going, I'm going to take a quick break, and then we will be rotating on back to DKC1. Break time. Later, y'all. Hey y'all, back from break. Just need to grab, where is my SNES controller? Here it is. Very nice. Let's finish these credits. You can see here the last of the DKC characters, DKC3 characters. Baffle, Boomer Bear. Here we go, Crucial Kongs. I used to play the boss fight, the final boss, repeatedly in order to watch these credits as a kid. I really like what they did here. They did a good job putting this all together, like going through all the enemies, all their names. I know it's also in DKC2 as well, but in DKC3 it's a little more cinematic. There's a little bit more pizzazz to everything. Everyone's in a different environment, and for the last two especially, Dixie Kong and Kitty Kong, they really go all out. They really go all out. Also, you cannot skip it. Well, you could if you were a kid. Here we go. Kitty Kong. I forgot it was during the ice that Kitty Kong's was. I guess I don't remember the Kitty Kong one all that well. It's in the snow level. But I do remember Dixie Kong's here, which is in one of the vertical levels. She sort of goes down through the whole level and then ends up sitting on this little perch here. And then Kitty Kong does the thing, and it's a very nice sequence. Though obviously that's not how Dixie Kong's hover works at all. Okay, we don't need to watch the full credits now. You know what? Actually, they are short. So, let's see how many of these names I know. Don't know B-Gun. That's, I don't know that one. 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 No. I'm looking for, like, Lay Loveday or some shit that everyone knows. Evelyn Fisher, I know her. David Wise. Game testing. Okay, if we're to game testing, we're probably fucked. I guess most of the people that I know who are like big rare people right now didn't work on 3 specifically. Only the first 2. Huh. Also, that's a very short like list of like staff, right? Like if you're on a team, you probably know more people than this working on like on your individual team. Well, there's Ken Lob. Other than special thanks. Other than special thanks. Coney Congo. Kobe Kondo? I'm not sure. Steve Stamper. Greg Miles. Chris Sutherland. Steve Males? No. Network support. What does network support mean? I guess he set up the Wi-Fi? They didn't have Wi-Fi back in the 90s, but you know, he set up the internet, I guess. Shigeru Miyamoto? Jeez. Tim Stamper. Produced by Rare. I know that one. Presented by Nintendo. And yay! Well, let's see our total time. I guess I sort of buttoned through that real fast. That was an hour and 22 seconds. Minutes. Good time. Yeah, I like it. Okay, back to DKC1. I'm gonna go change the game on the stream. So I'm just gonna be over here on the DKC. And I'm coming back now. Okay. Here's my plan. I'm going to keep going and try to get 2 games completed tonight. But, you know, we'll see. We have been going for a couple hours. I don't know. I just find it easier to just keep rolling. Keep on rolling. Versus... Right, I need to load the suspend point because we didn't hit any save points along the way. We're starting from the checkpoint. That's very nice. You know what? I'll say this minecart level is pretty... The ones in the later games are both more interesting and also more fair. Like, this one, you have to make a lot of very, very tight jumps. Like, there's some ones later on that are particularly tight, where, like, you have to jump at just the right time to get over the upturned cart. Like, that's one of them where it's, like, it's really tight, I think, to get over the cart safely. In later games, they would just make, you know, more interesting... Wow. 2 deaths on the same level. Not off to an auspicious start. The DKC portion of this. I'm gonna go back to save game selection. And, well, on to DKC2. I'm gonna go back to the computer, and I'm gonna change it. Change this to the stream game. DKC2. Wait, wrong DKC. There we go. Six deaths. DKC 2-2. Again! You know, that would have been a good time to end the stream. At the end of DKC3. But I'm in the mood to keep going. I want to play some DKC2. I want to play some DKC3. Or sorry, DKC1. And, well, now those are the 2 games that we will be playing here. No more DKC1 shit. If I die twice on the same level, in 2 and 1, I will be quite embarrassed. But also, that, you know, always was a possibility that's how this would end up. You know, going back and forth, trying to beat a single level from each game. Just so far, it's been more just plowing through one game. I got the right... Let me check, actually, that I put it in the right level on the heads up. Yeah, that's 4-3. That's the level this is. Shit. I'm fucking up here. And it might cost me everything. I say everything, you know. The only thing that's at stake is getting to play a good game. You know what? I'm not going to take the risk there. I have to do a roll jump. That's pretty precise to get to that, to get over there safely. Actually, I am going to take that risk now that I have a spare Kong. Easy, easy, easy. No problem at all. I'm going to take this route up because I think it's a might bit easier. I like the words might bit. Might bit easier. There are a lot of words I like. You know? Words I like to say. Just because they're... fuck. Fun to say. Oh good, oh good, oh good. Like I said, I was playing flying levels earlier recently to research flying levels for my own flying level. So, I have played this level pretty recently, and yet still giving me trouble. It's a tough-ass level. This sequence is similar to the earlier one where you start blasting a path through as these guys come at you. But in this case, there are these red ones where you cannot kill them. In those cases, like earlier in the game, it's just best to plow through them as fast as you can without stopping for anything. Similar in this next room here. This part is really hard if you let them start throwing stuff, but if you just plow right through them, they're quite pushovers. Just plow right through them, full speed, don't stop for nothing, just blast them as you pass them. Easy. Okay, we're on to the next level. This is Rickety Race. This is maybe going to be a tough one. You know, I'm going to just slow it down, actually. We're not looking to get Kong. We're not looking to get, like, the bonus stuff here. We're just looking to finish the level. So, with that in mind, let's take it at a slow pace. And make sure we can take the jumps. Because they do sort of come out of nowhere, these jumps. And you sort of have to react to them really quickly. I'll say this is like a flaw of the game, right? That, well, this is back in the day where, you know, they only had... Fuck! That sign is way too early. That sign is way too early. That is not the first time I've died at that sign. Jeez. That sign is so early, you see it and you're like... oh, I gotta jump now, but you actually have to jump in a second. It's a bad indicator on that sign. Okay, geez, back to DKC2. We are just popping back and forth between these games. Seven deaths. DKC2. 4-4. And let me change the stream game to be DKC. Updated. Okay. Oh, right. I need to do the load suspend point. Alright. Here we go. I'd go so far as to say this is kind of a bad level, honestly. It's the first one they ever made of this, and it's very memorable, but it's a little too precise, and, well, other than it being a minecart level, which of course was pretty new at the time, there's nothing much really interesting about it. It doesn't really have any other mechanics going on. See, that one you have to like wait until the very last second before you jump or you won't clear the cart. So it's pretty precise. Now that we've gotten past that part smoothly, we'll be able to afford a hit later on. But as you can see, we've made it through clean. We've made it through clean. Finally. Ooh. Bouncy Bonanza. This is a fun level. This is a level with some interesting routes to it. And I'll say, like I've said before, like there are a lot of flaws in DKC specifically. The first DKC especially. Like, obviously it doesn't have bonus rooms that are interesting in the way that the ones in DKC2 and 3 are, right? The bonus rooms are a lot more scattershot, a lot more weird, and a lot more bonus, like game show like. They're a lot more like the bonuses in Super Mario World, except a little better, which unfortunately doesn't mean they're great. All they are a bonus, or bonus levels. They're just bonus levels there to get like bananas and lives, and actually those are the only two resources, so pretty much those two. Oh, and animal tokens, which you shouldn't want anyway because they can basically reset your progress because you get whisked away to them, and then you get returned to the start of the level, which can be really detrimental if it happens at the wrong time. You know, which is kind of a bad thing, you know. If your token system works like that, you should probably rethink it entirely. You know. That's one thing that DKC Returns did not bring back from the original DKC, and yeah, no shit, they should not. That shouldn't have been a mechanic in the first place. It'd be fun to finish all three of these games in one stream. I'm not sure what I would do once I get to just 2 games, or you know, just one game, right? Then you can't really switch to another game on death. But what can you do? How about this? If I finish one of these games, let's say I finish DKC2 and DKC remains. What we will do is every time I die and have to like do a rotation, instead I will play one level from the Lost World of DKC2 or DKC3. But what happens if I die in those levels? That's a good question. Because if the idea is like just beat it and come back, what happens if you lose? In theory, you should just return back to DKC. We'll think on that. Maybe it won't be an issue. So long as I'm having a good time, I will continue. And I'm not too tired. You know, I'm sort of on a weird schedule right now. I had a night shift last day of work, so I've been sleeping pretty late in the day as a result. Which, hey, you know, not that unusual for a weekend. Shit, fucking slipper. I I'd say it is self-evident that, like, DKC is a good deal less tight than even DKC3. It's the worst of the three. That is, to my eye, in my eye, it's not debatable. It's just a lot less tight, a lot less solid, and of course the boss fights are a lot more phoned in. I mean, I don't want to be rude or nothing. They just didn't have like the experience to make a really good boss fight instead of, you know, this, which honestly, like, if you compare to like comparable platformers of the day, like Super Mario World, it's like, yeah, these boss fights are fine. They're totally adequate. But in 2 and 3, they made much more interesting boss fights. They were much more involved and much more what we would call modern. You know? And I think that that is, Anyway, we finally got to World 3 of DKC. It only took 2 deaths. 2 deaths? Yeah, 2 deaths. Okay. I like how it doesn't like ding you for like bouncing off 2 enemies at once. It's kind of like that. You know, it kind of looks like you might have hit the side of the enemy, but it doesn't really. It treats it just as like a bounce. It just kills it for you. Sometimes if a game is a little more forgiving on shit. I can't believe that barrel didn't destroy both of those projectiles. I think it usually does. Okay. Fortunately, we got the DK barrel back immediately. Originally, I was thinking a DKC stream of the 3 games where every world I switched games, similar to how the Paper Mario one was. But I decided this whole lives thing just was more interesting and perhaps more fun, and sure enough, it's pretty cool. I died a lot in DKCR, so maybe people watching this might go, what? You know, might be surprised, like how, you know, getting through DKC3, for instance, with just a single life lost, but like I said, I played DKC, DKC1, DKC2, DKC3 like countless times. And not only in cases where I'm playing the whole game, but also in cases where I'm playing just my favorite level. My favorite levels, just looking for interesting things to, just looking for inspiration, you know. So one thing you can do here is you can just go like this. Whee! Oh well, I guess that barrel will just blast you to that other barrel anyway. It's not really skipping a timing thing or anything. But it is in this case. Nice. Ah. We died. That's death. 3-2. 3-2. I don't know if it's because it's later, or maybe DKC1, DKC2, they're just harder games. But we have taken more deaths on these 2 than on DKC3, obviously. 3-2. Okay. And I'm going to switch to DKC3, 2. I'm going to hit done. And returning to the couch. You can see, by the way, that the SNES games here are basically sorted into tiers. So you have these ones. You have like the All-Stars, Super Metroid, Super Mario World, Kirby Superstar, Mario Kart, Dreamland 3, Link to the Past, Yoshi's Island, those are basically all the same to me. And then everything below that is just whatever. I don't think there's anything really here that really catches my attention. Below that point. Below, like, here or so. Anyway, back to 2. There's just not that many SNES games I've actually played. Okay, second try. You know what? We just gotta gun it. I think my problem was I was playing at a slower speed than I usually do. So, these indicators are terrible, though. They're just a different distance away from the jump. Like, as someone who's now, played a lot of Mario Maker, and, you see a lot of levels with indicators, they're just not very good here. Also, it just, goes with the territory, right? Like, making a level where you have to jump and the screen doesn't go long enough to show you the pits. You basically have to jump like... Ugh. That one's a motherfucker. That gap right there. I've definitely died there attacking this guy. Oh. This is basically the end. I got the Kong letter. And there we go, okay. Got through that time. Mudhole Marsh. The deal in this level is it's built around these hooks, that's right. Hooks and also, I guess, some cannons. Oh, and these guys, the swoopy motherfuckers, as well as the Ninetales. Mostly hooks. Swoopy guys. I believe there's an invisibility if you, like, jump on that guy. But let's just play it safe. Let's just play it normal. Or if you actually just did a team throw. But, I'm gonna relax. Take this at a nice even pace. And we're gonna get to the halfway point, which is right here. That's cool that you have to jump on him to get the halfway point. Mixing up how your levels do halfway points, how they do power-ups, how they do everything is, I believe, important in when you're making a super world, when you're making a game. So, having it not be the same every single time, pretty key. Sometimes the checkpoint should be a little out of reach. Sometimes it should be a little work to get. That's basically what we're seeing there. Sequence here where you're just jumping. I don't want this, so I'm going to throw it that way. Those guys are faster to roll through because they don't... Let's take the barrel here. Play it nice and safe. If I was playing this nice and unsafe, I would just be roll jumping. Not that that's not safe, it's just a little bit riskier. Just a tiny bit. Okay, and one last sequence where we bounce along a bunch of these. And there we go. Whew. Ramby Rumble used to always give me trouble. This would be like one of the harder levels in the game for me as a kid. But I think mostly I have it down now. The only thing that's going to be difficult is this first section. Honestly, at this point, I don't even remember why the second section gave me so much stress. You know, so long as you're running at full speed, you can always, you know, easily outspace the giant zinger at the. I believe that is basically the boss of this world, Queen. This part is a motherfucker, I think. Oh Jesus, I got through without taking a hit. Very lucky. That part just getting by those zingers never makes sense. You know, because you're going downwards, but the walls are sticky and you can't just, you know, it's not like you can just climb down them or nothing. But we basically got it now. Here's the checkpoint. We're not going to go get the DK coin. We're just going to get Ramby here. Whew. Oh, I was kind of expecting him to automatically attack the barrel, but that's not how this goes, I guess. Oh, jeez, almost jumped right off. It's funny in this level, like you can like horn into these guys and like even do it'll do like a little lag as it like rings up 100 little attacks on these guys. See, it's kind of fun. Anyway, there's a chase scene here. You have to like just really run really fast. I guess for DKC, you know, for a lot of sequences, a lot of segments, they only do like one major power-up. Personally, when I'm making a Mario Maker level, I usually do 2 power-ups, just because I think a sequence where you can't get the second tier power-up, it's pretty boring, right? Like if you can never, no matter how well you do, get the fire flower in a sequence, that to me is a bad sequence. I mean, you might as well restart and restart the level to have a chance of getting the fire flower. But maybe as you know, maybe as I get deeper into my super world, I'll eventually make levels that literally just have 1 power up and that's it. This guy you gotta shoot a zinger, and then avoid these guys. Do. And he does it 3 times. Then back to this part. Okay, we're doing it again. He's close. Okay. Ah! I didn't see where he went. I thought he was above me. Okay, I think now he's gonna disappear into... He's gonna become like a cloud of zingers like that. And yeah, kill his honor guard. And now shoot him. And once you shoot him, he's gonna charge at you. He's gonna be kind of invincible. And you gotta do that 3 times. Woo! Got through. Okay. That's World 4. Just 2 1/4 worlds left. Just, what's it? Gloomy Gulch? That's right, Gloomy Gulch. The castle world. I'm not, it's not ringing a bell right now, but castle world. And, the flying croc. You know, when K. Rool escapes, that's just 1 level. And then a boss fight. I think the boss fight's pretty good, though personally I prefer the one in DKC3 by a fair margin. I find the part where he's like sucking you up to be pretty annoying, and I don't really... It's hard to like figure out the correct timing for it. That's a door, we're gonna ignore it though. Let's wait for the thing to refresh. Levels I'm worried about from this world. Well, there's the wind level coming up. That can be tricky. Let's see. I think if we get to down to one game, we just go all in on that game and just no stops. Unless we stop the stream and do it at a different time and finish it off, then shit. Ooh. Bye followers and viewers on asterisk. No thanks, Aberfeg. I'm not really interested in that. Thank you. There has to be a filter for obvious scammers. I don't know why the automod doesn't pick up on that immediately. Like, come on, automod, you have one job. And maybe I need to, like, adjust this so that it picks up on very clear... I mean, well, I say scammers. Maybe that's unkind. Strictly speaking, buying followers is not a scam. However, I am not interested in being marketed to for the purposes of, you know, buying followers and that shit. Just not interested. Even if there's no one here, I know that. Someone might want to watch the VOD or something. It's a pretty good VOD, you know. There were some pretty good moments, especially towards the end of DKC3. Alright. It would have been easier to go through the bonus room there. Shit. Okay. We're going through this final segment. We have one try. We have to get everything right. Pretty much. See, this is a way better level than the minecart level in DKC3. The DKC1 we were just playing. It's so clever. It's not all that hard, that demanding in terms of, like, you know, like, oh, if you do this jump wrong, it'll just kill you. It's creative. It has a cool mechanic, and you know, good music, good aesthetics. Well, not that the DKC minecart levels don't have good music. In fact, that's sort of all they're known for. Let me see. Can I ban someone from the chat? Yes, I can. Advertising. Follower buying. Purchasing stuff. Okay, message deleted. That's good. Also, the automod did catch the link, so at the very least, the guy wasn't able to get his link off. I'm gonna go over to the left, and I'm going to get Rattly. This is an optional Rattly level. I might make this a highlight. I know very few people were here live for it, but you know, I completed 2 games, one of which nearly with no deaths. Sorry, not 2 games, only 1 game so far. But I have the potential to defeat more than 1 game. There are some especially harrowing moments in there. Probably just like a... You know what? I'm gonna abandon Rattly here. It's just easier to do without him. And you're gonna trade him in anyway, right there. I missed the checkpoint. Wait. I mean, not that it matters, because I can't believe that happened. Wow. But don't worry. I get the DK back. The DK barrel is right there anyway, so no harm, no foul. Not that I plan on dying on this level, honestly. With Dixie, you can just sort of jump and it'll all work out. But if you were Diddy, you would have to wait for the wind to be with you. You do have to wait for the wind to be with you on this section here. An important thing to note about this level is there's a lot of places where you can resist the wind. Where, like, the wind doesn't really play much of a factor. And that's sort of something I picked up on and sort of put into my level. But Lustery Blackwoods in Mario Maker 2. Which has a lot of vines. It sort of plays like a mix of Gusty Glade and Crockhead Clamber with the reeds in that level. For sort of a similar vibe. This is a downward vertical level, one of the few of the series. Another one being the Black Ice Battle from the Lost World of this game. That one's also pretty cool. Downwards levels are so rare, but they're interesting, you know? To play a level where you descend downwards down a shaft or whatever, how you make that interesting, how you make that challenging is just really interesting. One of my levels coming up is going to be one. Specifically, my 4-3, which is called Pirates Peaks 3 Hidden Hall. It's going to be like a pirate cave full of booty, treasure, you know, and you're going to be descending through it, and sort of opening doors along the way, and like passages. Oh shit, I lost Diddy Kong, so I will have to be a fair bit more careful. There's the checkpoint, and here's a DK barrel. Okay, we're good, we're good. Ooh. It's interesting going between these games, back to back. I kind of think it's fun to pair things up like this. I've done it on the past with, like, anime, for instance. Watching multiple shows at once, one episode of one episode of the other, back to back, that are like of similar quality or of similar like vibes, right? It's interesting though when you do that. You tend to see like it's not long before you realize like, oh, there's one game I want to play, there's one anime I want to watch like a lot of, and there's one of them I want to watch like a lesser amount. And it quickly becomes clear like which one is a little more polished, which one is a little more fun, which one is really grabbing you, and the other one becomes a little more tiring on you. And it's hard to tell if it's like, oh, is it just because, you know, I have this much better example to look at and say like, oh, it's not as good, or is it because like, you know, let's say in the case of anime, right? If you're watching one show that you would be happy like watching all at once, and you're pairing it with a show that you would be happy watching one a day of, let's say, then you're gonna find like the one that you'd like to watch one a day is going to be pushed forward at an unnatural speed by the show you really are just digging down on and just want to binge. So it's a little awkward as a result, and you know, that can sort of make you think interesting things, honestly, like, oh, this one is actually better, by like a lot, actually. Not by a little, not by an indeterminable amount, but by a lot. Like, I really like this game, turns out. Or this anime, or whatever it is. And right now I'm thinking, like, DKC2 is like way more engaging than DKC1. It's not even close. You can compare, if you're playing them back to back like this, like, you know, all at once, you can compare like, oh, the minecart levels in DKC are like a tenth as interesting as the ones in DKC2. right? Like, they don't even really have mechanics. They're just sort of going off the fact that, like, oh, you're going really fast? It's a minecart. That's the mechanic. Nothing else. This level is fun. You're, like, sort of blasting holes and sort of crossing these long pits on webs. Blasting holes in the zingers. Sort of similar to the flying levels, but you're on web platforms instead. If you do a web platform before you land on the next web platform, like if you do like this, the wrong one will start to fade. You know, it'll be the one you last stood on, rather than the one you're jumping to. So you really want to like plant your feet before you send another web. Personally, I would have said that maybe it would have been better if you had like 4 webs or something, or like 3 stable webs at a time, so that you didn't have this issue, and you could continuously jump from web to web to web without a web crumbling beneath your feet. I understand they don't want like you to go like this. They want the web you're on to be stable. Well, up to a point. Eventually it will be disappearing, but you know, they don't want the one you're on to disappear beneath you, but when you're mid-jump, it doesn't really work that well. No game is perfect, you know. Not even DKC2. It is damn good, though. And one of the best games. Certainly one of my favorite games. Like, it and Mario Odyssey are up there for top 1 for me. And Mario Odyssey is another game, by the way, is not perfect. I would say, like, having the motion controls that it does is like a demerit in its favor, right? Or against it. Where, like, oh, you have to shake the controllers all weird in order to do a really good roll. And to really like move fast as certain captures. And well, if you're playing in portable mode, the shaking the thing doesn't really work that well, so you kind of be out of luck in those situations. You know, I also would put up there like for best game. They're the games that would be like my top 10 or whatever. And I might have to think about this for a second, honestly. In no particular order, top 5. Mario Odyssey, DKC2, Thousand Year Door, Majora's Mask. Wait, Mario Odyssey, DKC2, Majora's Mask. I feel like there's a game that's missing that was the obvious number 5. You know what? It was probably Heroes of the Storm when I was really into Heroes of the Storm, but it's not Heroes of the Storm anymore. Nor is it Overwatch. What's number 5 of all games of all time for me? Maybe Super Smash Bros. Ultimate, actually. Really love that game. The top 5 plus the next top 5, so this would be top 6 through 10 in no particular order. I would say that would be like Mario Maker 2, 1/2. They're sort of like pretty similar, honestly, so it's hard to really differentiate them like that. Hitman 2 is on there. I guess you could technically say Hitman 3 because it just is a superset of what's in Hitman 2, Hitman 1, and Hitman. You know, they sort of build on each other. But Hitman 3 was kind of disappointing, so I would probably say Hitman 2 is specifically Hitman 1/2. I'll say that. That's on the top 5. For a while, like Overwatch / Heroes of the Storm was, and Heroes of the Storm was on there, but I don't know. I kind of mellowed out on them. With kind of falling off in recent years. That's a fight. That's a good fight. Ooh. So let me see. Mario Maker, Hitman 2. Oh, Banjo-Tooie. Banjo-Tooie is absolutely in that tier. The top 6 through 10. What are the other two games? Oh, that's kind of weird. By the way, personally, like when it comes to top 10 lists, I tend to like mix the games that are like sequels of each other, where it's like for the purposes of making a list, I'm going to focus on like DKC2 as the representative of the DKC games, right? I'm not going to necessarily like stick Tropical Freeze or DKC3 on the list, even if they might be better to me than like Mass Effect 2 or something. You know what? I'll say Mass Effect 2 is on there as well. That's 4 games. What's the 5th game? You know what? Fuck it. I'll say Heroes of the Storm in its prime is in that tier. Though I haven't played it in like a year or two, so I can't really vouch for what it is right now. It's possible they've done a million changes and ruined it in the years since. I mean, that's sort of the trend of Blizzard games, right? Like, they take a game and just make little changes they don't have to make until, like, oh, the game that you played, like, years ago is just gone. Alright. Whew. Let me see my best of collection on my list of let me check. I have at one point I did like a list of best of the decades that included like multiple decades in it. I like tier list. I like sorting games into tiers rather than a, you know, ordered list. Except when it comes to Game of the Year. Of course, you gotta make a top 10 list. But for like overall, like comparing DKC2 and Tropical Freeze, I'd rather do it in tiers rather than say like, you know, like this game's number 1, this game's number 2, this game's number 3. Though sometimes I will still do that. Yeah, Thousand Year Door is my favorite game of the aughts. Odyssey is my favorite game of the 10s. Donkey Kong Country 2 is my favorite game of the 90s. And don't have a favorite game of the 80s because they're all bad. I think that's true. I don't think there's a single game in the 80s I would confidently say is my favorite. Maybe Super Mario Bros. 3. That game's okay. Also, you know what? Super Mario Bros. 3, probably the only game from the 80s I actually like a little bit, mostly. You know what? I'll say that. Like, Super Mario Bros. 3, pretty good game. That's about the best I'll say for a game from the 80s. Someone might surprise me by thinking of a game from the 80s that's actually good, but I would be surprised. You know, it was before my time. I wasn't alive in the 80s, so, you know, makes sense. Makes sense. I guess if I'm not alive, I can't really have a game of that decade, because if you're not alive for a game of the year, I don't think you really get to participate. And I think it's the same for a game of the decade. Even in retrospect. Like, do kids these days have like a game of 1999 even if they weren't alive for it? I don't know. I was alive for 1999, so couldn't be me. I was alive for most of the good years of, I'd say nearly all of the actual excellent years of gaming. Like, gaming only came into, like, became really, really good when I got into it. That's sort of how I feel. Might not be true. Let me see. Looking through a list of like my favorite games. Best of collection. Oh, also best game from the 20s. Probably still Hades, right? I don't think any game from 2021 particularly overcomes it. Fez was pretty good. Left 4 Dead 2 was pretty good. Mother 3 was great. Yeah, no game that I see in my Game of the Year collection that... Hey, what's up? How you doing, TYBD? I am playing, DKC... What's up? Breath of the Wild is your favorite game? Yeah, that's a pretty good one. Personally, I preferred Odyssey that year. And, Persona and Nier as well. Those games spoke to me a little more. But Breath of the Wild does rule. That was just a killer year with... Basically, the top 5 games of that year were all good enough to be Game of the Year. So, tonight we are playing DKC 1, 2, and 3, and we are switching games every time we die, basically. And you can sort of see on the left side of the screen, I've written down every time I've died, and you can see on the right side of the screen, I finished DKC3. Did it in one death, only one death in DKC3. It was very close, though, to doing it in 0 deaths, because I fucking took a death on the last level of DKC3, if you can believe it. Literally the last place I could have died, other than the final boss, which I kind of have down pat, so wasn't all that likely. How are you doing tonight, TYBD? You might have caught me, like, while I was looking at my phone trying to figure out, like, when you joined the stream, I was looking at my phone trying to figure out, like, what the best games that I played of, to, like, name, like, top 5, top 10, etc. The list I came up with was, the top 5 would be, in no particular order, DKC2, Mario Odyssey, Thousand Year Door, Mario, no, Thousand Year Door, Majora's Mask, and, shit, what was the 5th game? I can't remember what the 5th game was. Oh yeah, Super Smash Bros. Ultimate. That's the 5th game. Whereas, like, the next tier, which would be, like, jeez. 6 through 10 would be Hitman 2/1, Super Mario Maker 2, Mass Effect 2. I'll say Heroes of the Storm. Played a lot of that back in the day, and I feel like I'm missing one. I said it back in the VOD. Whatever I said then is the one. You died a lot in DKC1? Yeah, I know, right? Like, I'm dying early in that one. Like, twice even in the same level. By the way, if I'm not looking at chat, it's because, you know, this level is pretty, right? 100%? No, this is any percent. The reason is because when we switch games, I would probably forget, like, which bonuses I have gotten and which ones I haven't, which would be not great for, would be not great. I have, of course, played DKC 1 and 2 and 3 countless times, so, you know, that's why I am not dying that many times, you know, and then why I can beat, DKC 3 with only 1 death. So, nothing is new to me here. Everything is quite old. Were you going in order? Yes, so I did 1, and then I died on 1, and then I did 2, and then I died on 2, and then I did 3, You know, I sort of switched games every time I died, basically. So if we die here, I will go back to DKC1, is the situation. DKC3 is beaten, so we will not go back to that one. It was pretty tense towards the end of DKC3, especially because I had nearly done it in one life. You know, no deaths. A lot of really tense, thrilling moments there. And I'll try to look at the chat, by the way, but I really want to get through this thing clean, so we'll be paying attention when things get hectic. I died of barrel cannon? Yeah, I fucking misshot myself, if you can believe it. Went right into a pit. I couldn't believe it, because that was the first world. I was kind of hoping to, like, get through more of DKC1. DKC1 has not been going well just in general, you know, like, as you can see, I died in World 2 twice. Versus, like, at the very least in DKC2, I got to World 1 with no problems. And with DKC3, I got damn near to the end of the game. That's not good. You think DKC1 will be the last one? Yeah, that looks like the case, doesn't it? Because, I mean, here I am in the last world of DKC2. You know, things are proceeding quite nicely. Wait, there's squawks through this wall. Yes. Second to last world. I know there's like one level. It doesn't really count to me. Like, I would say that's like a half. That's like a quarter world. Shit. Shouldn't have tried to go up there. Don't worry though, I just need to be good, and this won't be a problem. By the way, just as a rule, bonus games don't count for this. So if I die in a bonus game, it's not really a death. You don't lose a life. But also, I haven't died in a bonus game yet either. If I did, I would be doing it to save time. Alright. I hope there's a DK barrel coming up. I would just like to be a little safer with this level, especially because it's so long and so much just, you know, an auto-scroller basically. Mind you, it's a good one. I think that, like, dealing with these enemies, like, as they fall down into your pit is really nice. You know, this is like the best version of like a platform level, like in a Mario Maker, where the ground raises slowly and you sort of have to deal with enemies that board your platform. It's a really good version of that. I hear a DK barrel. Where is it? Ooh, there it is. That's fun that they make you wait for it until the level is higher. This is a great level, even though it's so long. Probably should have saved that barrel for that guy, but whatever, he's dead. Jeez. Let me look at chat now. Yeah, I need to focus, that's right. I'll look at chat between levels, if you don't mind. Ooh. I feel like this is... We're getting pretty close to the end of DKC2. We could totally do it. Okay. You want to see how well I do on the last level of this world? Totally. Totally. Yeah. Okay, here we are. Clapper's Cavern. Pretty good level. This is like, you know, like a P-block level from a Mario Maker. Except instead of instantly killing you by falling into the water, you just get hit. So it's like a P-block level where... P-block level where there's saws beneath the P-block. That's a good idea. I gotta write that down right now. I'm sorry, I'm gonna write down that level idea right now. That's gotta be a level later in the Super World. Sorry, let me write that down. That rules. Clapper's Cavern. Inspired level. Hit a P-block. A P-block. To run across saw blades or something. If the timer runs out, you can still proceed with damage immunity. That's great. I gotta use that. You can kill the blue Kremlings with tag team. That's true. That's true. Yeah, but I just usually like to jump over them, you know. It's a little faster, I think. I like to keep things moving, you know. I'm very much in DKC a don't stop for nothing type guy, you know. I like to move fast and take things reasonably fast, you know, as fast as possible. Especially in this level with all the like the timing. All right. When we get here, I'm gonna have a look. Okay. Oh shit. Let me re-tap this. Re-up. That was pretty close. Okay. I think that's fine. That's fine. We're at the end of the level. We're at the end of the level. That's all that counts. Alright. Chain link chamber. This might be a difficult one. This might be a difficult one to get through. This might... I'm a little worried about chain link chamber. Oh, the K is down there, not the DK barrel. All we're going for here is completing the levels. So we don't have to worry about KO and G. We don't have to worry about bonuses. We don't have to worry about DK coins. Any percent. Though it's, you know, not really a speed run here. Ah, jeez. DKC is so fun. DKC2 and 3 especially. They're just so good. Invincibility. Okay. I like the route on the right here, I think. I think the route on the left is a bunch of, like, well, stuff I don't want to deal with. This is a good room. You have to, like, sort of climb around all these zingers. It's sort of interesting, the patterns of them. I think the first cannon is on the left. No, it's on the left! I thought it was on the right. I said left. Wait until the bees go past. Do the bees go past here? No, they go past here. Okay. Now go. Okay. With this one, do a roll so you go right through those ropes. Little trick there. This will be a pretty tight jump. Okay. Just gotta climb up, and these guys are no problem. Huh. That's a level. Whew. Is the next level the final level of the world? I think it might be. Let's see. Yep, this is Toxic Tower. Here we go, the level you were looking for. 2 IBD. Okay. Fuck. Already I took a hit. Got to clinch through this. Just be good, and nothing bad will happen. I like in this level how there's some places where there's a choice of which way to go. Also, even at this point in the game, they put letters in the wall saying like, hey, use A to do a super jump. I see you did a message. I'm going to look at that as soon as I am somewhere that's a little bit safer than right here. I sort of have to bust ass right now. Here we go. I like here you can go left or right. There's sort of a choice. DKC3 gets so disrespected by the DKC community. Yeah, totally, man. I personally think like it's the second best of the three, you know. It doesn't go for the exact same thing as DKC2 goes for, and I think that is so much to its benefit. It goes for a lot more puzzly levels where you have to like do a really specific thing to proceed, like clear out an enemy using a barrel. And they even do things like they give you respawning barrels as well, which is really interesting and different. I think it does a lot of things that are really inventive. You know, it's sort of closer to a puzzle level than in a lot of cases, or like a puzzle platformer, than it is to a traditional DKC, which I think is just really neat. That it has its own direction, and its own way of doing things, and its own personality. You know, that's something that I always value in a level, right? A lot of personality. I'm gonna look at that message as soon as, like I said, as soon as we are done here. Okay. Just in case you don't know what to do, because the liquid won't stop rising. That must be in response to something I said earlier. Not sure. Ooh, got through clean. Ooh. Just Squawk Sprint and the final boss, and we'll have this in the bag. I'll say that, like, I'm kind of worried about the final boss. Particularly the part where he sucks you up. That part always killed me. And unlike the boss of DKC3, which, by the way, DKC3, one of the things it has is the best bosses. I don't really love bosses usually, but I actually, as a kid, replayed Baron K. Rulenstein like countless times because he's just a super fun boss to fight. He's super well paced. He has a lot of phases, and each of them just takes 2 hits. It's really good shit. All right, good. Ooh. You gotta do a roll jump there. Ah. Okay, here we go. We gotta race Screech. Take the shortcut. Usually I go for the DK coin, but I think today we are just going to go the regular route. We're not really gonna go that side route. Because like I said, we're not going for DK coins or any such things. Dang it. Okay. DKC3 is extremely good. Ah! Why did I do that? I made that bit a lot harder than it needed to be. Ah, yeah. I'm not knocking it. I'm just saying it's really cool how they do that, you know? Personally, when I'm making a level, I always do that in Mario Maker. I'll always put a big A in the wall, or just in coins, you know, when you really need to know A button, hit it. And I know people do like Z, but personally, I'm always going to do R because, you know, it's always been an R in DKC. So, you know, he's going to jump. Okay. But yeah, gotcha. I really love the thing DKC does of drawing. I'm going to switch to Dixie Kong, actually. Of drawing letters with, drawing letters with coin or bananas. I always do that in Mario Maker myself, and I really love it. Coin letters, coin arrows. They're my favorite little thing to do. Well, I don't know if my favorite, but you know, they're. Fuck. I fucked that up. Gonna have to do that again. Ooh. Ah! Shit. Shit, fucker. Okay, do we get a DK barrel? Yes, okay, good. I was a little worried there, because I know that some of these phases are really hard to do with Diddy. Ooh. Thank you for the well done, I see that. Some of these, you know what? I did it wrong there. I should have just went under. Some of these you want to go under, not over. I'm actually making it harder on myself going over them. Not in this case. In this case, it's better going over, I think. Ah. Whew. DK barrel? DK barrel? Yes, good. Switching to Dixie again. Maybe I should be saving Dixie, but you know what? Some of these like gas effects, I really want to avoid. Ooh. Okay. It's much harder to avoid them when you're slowed or ah! Nearly got hit by that. Okay. Shit, I'm reversed. Wait, where's the ball? Oh shit, my controls reversed on me all of a sudden. Is that it? Hey, we did it! DKC beat. If K. Rool just had a machine gun, we could end this. Yeah, that'd be really hard to deal with. I will say, the one thing about DKC3 I'm not big on is the Lost World fight with Baron K. Rool and Sign. The second fight, never liked that one very much. It's pretty slow and bad. Meanwhile, the bonus world, the Lost World fight with Captain K. Rool is really cool. Hell yeah, man. Gonna go over to the computer and modify the overlay. DKC. Let me put another. DKC2 finished. How many deaths was that? Thank you very much. Thank you very much. I've died 8 times, so that's wait. DKC2, 1, 2, 3. 3 deaths. The only one left standing. Yeah, that's right. That's right. Was it only really 3 deaths? Yes, it was. 1, 2, 3. Huh. Yeah. I put in the right. Yes. All looking good. It's like 4 a.m., but I've been staying up pretty late recently because I had a night shift the other day. So I'm good to keep going. I want to beat Oh, there's no credits for this one? Okay. I need to take a short break, and then we will go and we will finish off DKC. I guess now there is no more game to switch to if I die. Oh wait, cast of characters. Tell you what, I'm gonna go to the break screen, and I'll be back in a minute. Actually, tell you what, I'm just gonna leave this on so you can watch the credits while I'm on the break this day. So, yeah. Oh, I didn't switch cameras. Back to that other couch. Back to the couch cam. Let me, yeah, tell you what we'll do. I'll go to the break screen and, we'll turn off the break thing. That doesn't look good, actually. You know what? It kind of looks weird without the... It kind of looks weird without all the stuff. So I'm gonna... You've died the same amount of times as DKC2 and DKC3 combined. Yes, that's true. Anyway, like I said, break. Thank you. Hey, I'm back. Going back to the couch now. The lovely end credits there. Hopefully kept y'all company. I think this is the end of them. One thing I did at the end of DKC3 is I watched the credits and tried to name all the people that I recognized. You know, from social media clout and all that. And also these credits are short because they're, you know, older games. There's Chris Sutherland. Okay. I don't know, that's probably Mark Wilson. I don't know who B Gun is. I'm guessing M stands for Mark. Tim Atwood, I think that's a Tim. That's Steve Miles. Miles. I don't know who M. Stevenson is. Nor do I know any of the background peoples, actually. C. Peel. No idea. Don't know who S. Hurst is. There's David Wise. Everyone loves David Wise. Don't know who P. Wattis is. And all these testers, yeah, also don't know him. Nintendo product testing. I don't think any of these are household names. It's funny how they're all initials. They make you guess the first name. You know? That's how they used to do credits. They used to be pretty secret about who people were. There's Lay Loveday. Lay Loveday, very cool. He used to run Rare's website, and he wrote ridiculous shit. Steve Shamper. I know that person. Tanabe is like a famous Nintendo guy. I say famous. Major Nintendo guy. Software Systems, Silicon Graphics. Hardware, Rare Systems? Original Donkey Kong, that's Miyamoto, obviously. Shigeru Miyamoto. Greg Miles. Tim Stamper. And Rare. Alright. Presented by Nintendo. Alright. The end. That's right. That's the end of DKC2. That's very good. Anyway, let's go to game selection. Go back to DKC, and I'm gonna change the stream game as well. DKC. Wait, is that the right DKC? Yes, it is. Alright. So I'm going to carry forward. I'm still going to note when I die. But since the other two games are completed, we're just not going to switch. The gimmick... Oh, right. I just remembered because I don't have any save points. I just have to load the save state. I can't believe I died more times on DKC1 than the other two games, but I guess it makes sense. What am I doing? Jesus Christ. Well, I just did another death. Christ. Times 2. Great. Times 2. I'm still going to note the deaths like that, and hopefully I won't fill up the left side of the screen. If I fill up the left side of the screen, I'll be very sad. Yeah, totally. Like 3 deaths, DKC2, still really good. Still feel really good about that. I was trying to do a fancy thing where you just jump over and jump right into this barrel, but I fucked it up entirely by missing the barrel. I should not be screwing that up. It's not that hard. Oh, speaking of not that hard, jumping directly into that barrel, also a cool move. Uh, 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 uh. There we go. Ah, we've defeated Treetop Town. Much further ahead in the other two games than the first game at this point. I do think that, like, part of that is that I do think DKC1 is a lot rougher than the other two. And, like, playing them back to back to back like this, I do notice it. Like, the level that's most noticeable on is, like, the minecart level. Like, maybe just because minecarts were new, but that's, you know, that's the minecart thing is kind of the only gimmick in that level. Other than that, it's pretty vanilla minecart level, especially compared to, like, the haunted roller coaster level from DKC2, the target terror level from DKC2, the race from DKC2. All those levels are much more flavorful, even other than having like roller coasters. Like, they each have a mechanic in addition to the minecart stuff, and DKC takes that to another level with the toboggan, which has whole additional mechanics on it, where, like, it can do the rail. Hell yeah, 3-2 is done. Won't be dying on that again. Let's see, are there any other levels in this world I'm worried about? I don't think so. I think everything else should be, like, smooth sailing from here. This level's really good. Yeah, I like going on the rail. I like this part here where there's like a million fucking neckies just flying at you. This part rules. That's a really good part. I've definitely looked to that for inspiration for my own Mario Maker levels before. I haven't gotten to the most difficult world left yet. That would mean the last world, right? Or do you think it's the ice world for having stuff like the snow barrel blast level? Which, by the way, we will not be taking shortcuts. We won't be just going into the barrels at the bottom and skipping over it. At any rate, I don't plan on doing that. I plan on going the old-fashioned way, doing it, you know, the hard way. Unless I fall into it. If I fall into it by mistake, you gotta honor that, you know. That's just what happened, if that happens. We're not going to restart or rewind to undo getting into the shortcut barrel if we accidentally fall in. I'm not going to accidentally fall in. I would probably die before I fell in there. Into one of them. Alright, things are going nice and smooth. That's another level. Very nice. The next world. Yes, the last world isn't so bad. Platform Perils is a bit tricky. It's a bit difficult, the last level. But other than that, it's pretty easy. Yeah, I'd say you're right there. Not so bad. Snow Barrel Blast is also one of the hardest levels in the game, just for how easy it is to just, you know, be blasted in the wrong direction and immediately die. Okay. Well, that's the end of the level, so. Bye, Espresso! Chimp Caverns is not crazy. Yeah, that's true. Very manageable world. I think I remember having some trouble with the factory before. Like, you know, some of the... Well, I'm not sure. I think the last time I did the factory, I took a bunch of deaths. You know, it's also weird because literally DKC1 is the last Wait, did that guy just fucking appear out of nowhere? Feel like that guy just... What? Gotta watch out for those. Okay. These guys are shooting them out diagonally. Good to... No, here's a DK barrel. By the way, if you are interested in my Mario Maker content, or follow me for Mario... Jesus Christ, that guy just appeared out of nowhere. Did you see that? That shark guy. Literally just spawned 2 inches from my face. What the fuck? That's really weird. I don't think I knew that. I don't think I knew about that. Wow. I gotta check the VOD to see, like, if he really did appear out of nowhere. I'm pretty sure it did. But anyway, we're still hanging in there. We haven't taken a hit yet, or, well, at any rate, we have DK and Diddy, so we're pretty safe. Nice little croctopus bit here. And I'm gonna go above. Nice and safe. Ooh. Looked away and nearly got hit there, but it would have been no big deal since I have 2 Kongs. Anyway, you're interested in Mario Maker stuff. I just finished my latest level. Though I am thinking about making a few revisions and making it a touch bit easier. Just because it's having a really low clear rate so far, and I do think there are some frustrations I can address with a second revision. But it's a really cool level. Even just, you know, playing the first revision, I think y'all would be in for a good time. It's called Automation Station. It's very cool. There we go, another boss beat. That is World 3. So here we are, on to World 4. Gorilla Glacier. Okay, this is no barrel blast? Yeah, hardest level in the game probably. Well, other than platform perils. And also, you can totally skip the hard part of this level, but we will not be doing that. We will be playing it legit. This is probably the hardest barrel level in the entire series, isn't it? Like, as far as like a barrel blast focused level. Harder than, you know, the Brambles levels, harder than anything DKC3 has. Does DKC3 have barrel blast levels? I guess it has a few, actually. It has like the rocket barrel level. That's sort of a barrel blast level. It has tracker barrel. That's sort of a barrel blast level, but it's sort of, but not really. It's not really in the same style as this level. I accidentally fell into the thing. I accidentally fell into it. You saw it. Didn't mean to do that. It counts. It counts. It counts. That counts. I said ahead of time, if I accidentally fall in, that counts. Total accident. I totally mistimed that. But it worked out. It worked out. Does DKC3 have any traditional barrel blasting levels? I just played that game and I cannot think for the life of me of one that is like, you know, fully traditional. I mean in the way of like the level we just played, or like the barrel blast levels from DKC Returns. I can't think of any. I cannot think of a single one. Surprising, you know, you always think that I always think of barrel blast levels as a kind of level that, you know, each game is well supplied on. You know, has a bunch of. You hear the husband? I already beat the husband. Good news. I beat him in the past, in the future. In the future, in DKC2, I already beat him. He's already dead. In that timeline. you know, all taken care of. He is no threat. It was a tough boss fight. I did take a hit, but I didn't die, so, you know, pretty good. I don't think I've died on any boss fight, actually. Yes, no deaths on boss fights. Very happy to say that. I want to get that G. There's no reason for me to get the G, but you wouldn't say so? Not a traditional DKC game. Yeah, that's fair. It's very much going for its own thing, and I think it's really fun. It's a really cool, like, departure, and it's a really cool direction to take it. After DKC2, I don't think you could just make another game that was exactly like DKC2. I mean, you could, but it's better that they took it in a weird direction. I'm gonna dismount and kick this guy's ass before proceeding, because he always gives me shit while I'm on the bird. The animal buddies in the other two games are much better than like these guys. Espresso is kind of annoying how you like have to mash the button to fly or glide. And Winky is kind of imprecise compared to other animal buddies. Okay. Okay, we got through. Croctopus Chase. Here we go. Ooh. Alright. Pretty easy level. You just have to swim good and not get hit. Not get slowed down. And you should be good. While swimming levels are not really my favorite in the DKC games, at least this one is very much don't stop for nothing. You just have to swim really fast and you'll be good. And, oh, fuck. There's a guy in the way. Oh my god. No. Oh, okay. I did accidentally find the shortcut. That's right. I mean, I knew it was there, but I don't know every way that you can accidentally fire a cannon and land in the barrel. The way I usually do it, if I was intentionally doing it, is I would have fired downward on the barrel that's directly above it. Ooh. Can always rest easy when I got Diddy. You know, feel like a little more secure, and then I can take a hit without dying. Not that dying is as big a deal right now, since, you know, I'm not switching games, but I will still have to put it on the overlay and increase the number. This is the last game that I replayed in full, so I'm surprised that it's the last one to get beat by like a lot, and the one where I've taken the most deaths by like a lot. Like you said, more than any of the other games put together. Theme of the era, get good. Yeah. Get good indeed. I think I'm pretty good though. You know, for completing it in as few deaths as, you know, like you said, 3 deaths is still super good for DKC2. It's a hard ass game, you know. Some people not just doing 3. Oh, Jesus, this guy is really close. Too close for comfort. That's basically it. One thing that DKC does that the other 2 games do not is the Super Mario World thing of putting like a sign near the exit, which is something I do personally in my Mario Maker levels as well. I like to do it as sort of like a signature, you know, like a little arrow that points you towards the exit near the end of the level. Just a thing I like to do as a little homage to DKC. You know? Whenever I make a level, I'm sure to, like, find the last segment and, okay, put down my arrow. And the arrow is going to sail you, like, just a little bit farther. Just a little bit farther. I like that. A little bit of a... Hey, you almost got it. You almost got it. Speaking of, hey, there's the arrow. We almost got it. Just a little bit farther. Wait, is that a little premature? I mean, the arrow was before the end. I guess it's fine. We got through. Very nice and easy. Nearly went into Funky's Flights. Will you play the Super Mario Brothers franchise the same way as this stream? I'm not planning on it. One of the reasons is, honestly, I'm not as good at Super Mario Brothers, the original games anyway. But that would totally make sense. I mean, I'm totally going to clear this game right now, so I can't go back to DKC 1 through 3 the same way. But that is totally a possibility. It's just that, yeah, keep in mind, there would probably be a lot more deaths and a lot more switching. Because I'm just not as good. I don't have those games committed to memory quite as hard as I do these games, DKC 1 through 3. So, yeah. That is a good idea, though. I could. No immediate plans, let's say. What would be another series that would be good to do this in that I'm, like, really good at? Gotta do the thing. What'd be another good series? I'd have to think about that. That was a short level. It was. Yeah, that one is not that hard. DKC, DLC, DKC, 4, let me see, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 6 level. And that's 10 deaths. Okay. Let me move that a little bit so it's not... So the 10 doesn't go over the thing. After that, the Mega Man Zero. You know, I've never played the Mega Man Zero games. I don't think. Not played most of the Mega Mans, actually. That's just not a franchise I really got into as a kid. I did rent it once on GameCube, the Mega Man Collection. And I probably played through some of it, but I'm not sure if I finished it. Like I said, I just rented it. I like the Battle Network games, though. Those are the ones I played personally, and the ones that I owned. Those games are really good. I would totally play Mega Man Battle Network again. That would be a fun game to stream. No immediate plans for that. Currently, my plans for games I'm doing like a full playthrough for. It's just Paper Mario, and after that, it's... Jesus Christ. After that, I'm going to do Banjo-Kazooie once it comes out on Nintendo Switch Online Service, which is in January. I'm really excited about that. Okay, that's what I need to do. Ooh. Okay. We got it. Those are the games that, like, come to mind. But I also want to do streams like this that are kind of like really stupid ideas. They're just like really stupid random ideas. I've been trying to think of like what would be good stupid stream ideas. This was one of the ones that came to mind. A stream where I switch games every time I die. And yeah, been super fun playing the games this way. So I definitely want to do more stupid streams. You have any suggestions for stupid streams? Let me know. Mega Man X, Banjo-Kazooie. That's a weird pairing of 3 games. Let me see. Let me actually pull up. I'm gonna pull up a list that I have on my phone of stupid stream ideas. Hitman, Silent Shotgun only. Breath of the Wild finally doing the DLC. That's not a stupid idea. That's actually just a fairly good idea. I never finished the DLC in Breath of the Wild. I got to the point where it was like, okay, you need to do a million things, and I was like, I don't really want to do that. So I never finished it, never got the motorcycle. Maybe eventually we'll do that. Celeste All Assists. Not sure if that's a good idea. I played Celeste like that, but not sure it'd be fun to stream. Outer Worlds, as evil as chat demands. The basic idea would be like I would be playing Outer Worlds, and then I would say, if ever there was an evil choice, I would say like, hey, should I kill that guy? And if anyone in chat says, yes, kill that guy, I will kill that guy, no questions asked. Or if someone in chat says, hey, kill that guy, I would absolutely have to do it. That's probably a stupid idea. I'm just rereading Higurashi, and you can watch along if you like. That's a really stupid idea. Higurashi is extremely good, though. Open RCT2, chat's choice. So that would be me playing Open Roller Coaster Tycoon 2, and basically I would let the chat name the rides and stuff, and roller coasters, and what the theming for them is. Roller Coaster Tycoon 2 is really fun. I would love to play that sometime. I recently got back into it last spring, and got really addicted for a while. I was just really just jamming through, you know, playing a lot of the scenarios, building a lot of roller coasters, and it's kind of fun, you know, just like designing a bunch of roller coasters. And the cool thing about Roller Coaster Tycoon 2 is that like you can save the roller coaster design, so that in your next park you can be like, okay, I'm bringing back the roller coaster designs I had in my last park. Cuphead, every time you die, you drink liquor. I don't drink alcohol myself, so that wouldn't be a thing. It's not because like obviously I'm like, you know, I'm in my 30s, so it's not like an age thing. It's just that I don't do it, you know. Not really interested in... The way I think about alcohol is that I figure a person can only have so many sins, and I already have a bunch of them. I really didn't want to have alcohol also doing me dirty. So honestly just steered clear of it my whole life. No, I still have Donkey Kong. I'm fine. Also, I've never beaten Cuphead. It seems really hard. That game may be more fun to play co-op. Speaking of co-op, I really want to play Halo Infinite co-op once that gets co-op. That would be really fun. I'm not sure that that's a stream game. I've been playing it single player recently, off stream, and it's been just really fucking fun. I really love the open world in that. So good, so good. Like right up there in the Game of the Year's list, I think. Though I haven't really gotten into the multiplayer much. For some reason, I know a lot of people are loving that, so I know it sounds really good, but I personally haven't gotten into it. But the single player, the campaign, open world, Halo works so well. You don't like the drink either? Yeah. Yeah, it's you know, some people enjoy it, you know, and I sometimes like watching them, you know, get drinking and getting ridiculous, but not really for me. If I get ridiculous, it'll be stone cold sober, and you know I can get ridiculous. I have sent a streamer, and I'm not sure if you know this streamer. I sent a streamer a VHS copy of MacGruber, And you might wonder, what do you mean? Because there isn't a VHS copy version of MacGruber. Well, strictly speaking, I took a blank VHS, I printed out a box art from MacGruber, slightly edited, and then I sent it to him. And I did not record MacGruber onto the VHS because that would be what they call a crime. But I sent him a blank VHS that was made to look like MacGruber. And also I put an NFC tag on it so it's an amiibo. So you can totally just slap that down in Smash Brothers, and it'll be a little amiibo of MacGruber, a little Mii fighter of MacGruber, to do some ridiculous stuff with. Said streamer, by the way, is Dan Reichert. He does a lot of... He's pretty famous, pretty popular. And he does a thing where he makes amiibos fight each other. So, makes sense in context to send him a ridiculous amiibo. Fuck. I usually don't get hit by that guy. I usually stand far enough to the left to... Fuck. You're in your 30s as well, huh? Yeah. I gotta make that note. I just died. 11 deaths. DKC 5-2. Yeah, 5-2. Oh, the colon. Gotta get the styling right, consistent. You know. I could do. You know what? What's a series that I could do? I could do the Donkey Kong Land games. That's a possibility. That's a trilogy that's basically very similar to this, except you know, not really quite as good. They're all different levels, even the ones that are named exactly the same in Donkey Kong Land 2. So worth considering. Except in the fact that they are not good games. It might be worth going in on that. I can't believe we died at the last second. Jesus. Literally the last place you could die. I like this genre of level a little bit. DKC tends to have more of them than any other. Also, that clump is weird. It doesn't like fall down on the platform. It looks like they just forgot to make him move. I like this genre of level, just like a moving platform, and you have to stay on the platform and jump around foes that are like jumping on the platform or whatever. It's a pretty cool like way of doing a level. I prefer it to the auto-scroller style where, you know, the screen automatically moves and you're just bound by the movements of the screen itself. At least with this, you know why you can't move to the right, because, you know, to the right is a void, and you need to wait for the platform to move. Alright. Oof. I definitely have had trouble with this level before. Some memories are coming back of recent playthroughs. Just dying a couple times on this one. So we'll try to be nice and clean here. Usually I'm not taking it quite as seriously as I am today, because today there are stakes. You know? With stakes you can really panic and get in your head of being like, oh, I really don't want to get hit here, you know? And pull up some feats of acuity to avoid certain death. There were some really close shaves in the other two games. You know, it was only one death and then 3 deaths respectively. What the fuck? It bounced off the sloped hill. Okay. But there were definitely some moments that looked like I was gonna die in both of them. There we go. 1, 2, 3. I would absolutely replay the land games as well. I do think those games are pretty cool. They don't look very good because they look really, you know, they only had 3 colors to work with or whatever. So it kind of looks like shit. But, and it's, you know, compromised in other ways as well, but I would still play it. It is a Donkey Kong Land game, very much like DKC. Timing that one can be pretty difficult, that little mini necky. We are getting through it. Here is Poison Pond. Okay, I think there's an Unguard in the second half of this level, but only the second half, I'm pretty sure. So we need to get there. As I say this, I remember dying a couple times in this level. And like, I think I was playing with a friend actually. I was playing with a friend one of the last times I played through this game. And I think we like died like a dozen times on this level. Let's see if I can get through clean the first time. I think I might. Jeez. Jeez. So close. Those jellyfish guys. So fucking close. Ooh. Definitely want to think of some stupid ideas. Maybe there's some stupid mods that are worth considering. I mean, you know what I've never fucked around with? I've never fucked around with a randomizer. Maybe that would be fun. Like a randomizer of, I don't know, Wind Waker or something. No, I don't have, you know what, I don't have the emulator set up for GameCube, I don't think, so, that seems like a lot of work to acquire a version of Wind Waker for the PC. Maybe like, one of the other Zeldas, maybe? There's probably a Majora's Mask randomizer, isn't there? Then oh shit. Unguard just passed me by. Dang it, he despawned. Okay. This is a weird level. Very weird level. It's just weird tires spinning around in the middle of a green pond. Alright. These fish are can be really annoying. I'm trying my best to proceed slowly so they don't shit. That last one. Real motherfucker. Real motherfucker of a fish. We got through that level clean. Hey, look at that. Minecart madness. I have thought if I want to do like after Paper Mario, if I want to do Thousand Year Door, though that is not yet on Nintendo Switch yet. It probably won't be for like at least a year, maybe 2 years. It might be something for the sequel system, but I think eventually they'll add it to the service. If not this year, but then next year. I mean, obviously not this year, but if not next year, then the year after that, or eventually. We'll see when that is. In time, I am sure. But I could still replay it. on account of I have a GameCube. Look at that, K-O-N-G. Very nice. I'll say this is a good minecart level. Like, going between the minecarts and the bouncy tires is really fun. This is a much better minecart level than the first one. Though I still think some of the jumps are a little too precise. You know. Alright. I think this is just the end of the level now. Yes. Whew. Blackout basement. Coming up on the end here. Just a few more levels. Just one more world, pretty much. And blackout basement. This level's pretty hard. This level inspired one of my own levels, Power Out Bout, which is a similar level where the lights flicker on and off. However, to get that working and working well, I actually made it into a platform level where you're sort of like riding a platform. And that ended up making it, I think, even a better level than this original level, because the way it works is that the platform, since I know how fast the platform moves, I can sort of build the level around like knowing when the player can see and knowing when the player can't see. So what I can basically do then is set up challenges when the lights are on, and then make players deal with them when the lights are off. So like you'll see a bunch of Goombas coming your way when the lights are on, and then the lights will turn off and they will reach your platform and you'll have to deal with them then. Worked really well. I think that level's really something. This level can be a little weird, I think, in comparison, just because, you know, when the light is on versus when it's off kind of feels random, at least to me. Just based on how fast you go through the level, you'll have like different states of it. All right, this is just a kill the enemies. Pretty cool boss level. Well, for Donkey Kong Country 1, this is a pretty cool boss level. Just like progressively stronger enemies. And what's the last enemy? Is it like armadillos or something? Yeah, it's armadillos. They couldn't do like the big blue guys because Diddy Kong can't defeat them. Unless they gave you a barrel, which would be weird. I want to think of some more dumb streams in the future. But for now, it'll be mostly like Mario Maker, Paper Mario, and a random stream here and there of like whatever I feel like. Like this one. This one is very much a random stream of something I'm feeling like. Speaking of what I'm feeling like tomorrow won't be a stream day. I'm gonna instead focus on playing some Halo and otherwise relaxing. Also, not a stream day will be next Wednesday. I have plans next Wednesday to do a Game of the Year thing with a bunch of with a certain community. So that's gonna be really fun. A little community Game Awards thing. We're all going to get on Discord and argue for God knows how long about various categories, such as best cooking in a game, best mystery, best time loop, best mystery to solve, specifically, best skin, question mark, question mark, question mark. That means best, like, you know, costume, whether it is an unlockable costume, like, or like a tint, like in Metro, in like Super Smash Brothers. A lot of good categories in there, as well as some ones that are specific to the streamer whose community it is. You know, like best stream of the year, that sort of thing. It's kind of fun to do deliberations, even if you're not like a games media person, you know, to like argue a bunch with some folk about what makes or breaks best game of the year. I also think like the method we came up with last year, which we're doing again this way, or where we have like in-person deliberations, just anyone who shows up at a specific time can argue, is really neat. That's not a shortcut, by the way. That's the G is optional in that case. Whoever shows up can argue, which is just sounds like a recipe for disaster. Like, what if 30 people show up? It'd be fucked. But I think last time, like, more like 15 people showed up, and it was unreasonable, but manageable. We'll see what happens this year. Well, you won't, because it's not going to be streamed or nothing. But I'm looking forward to that. That's something I'm doing. Some people watching this VOD might, you know, be from that community, so might know what I'm talking about. Another part of that is for overall game of the year. Oh, so I'll say, like, for the categories, all we do for the deliberations part is we come up with a list of 5 nominees. Those nominees are then put into a poll, and the poll is what actually determines the actual winner of the category, as well as the runner-up. In the same way, for overall game of the year, what we're going to be doing is we'll sort 20 games into tiers of like 3 or 5 games each. And then for that, and then once they are sorted into tiers, each tier will be on the ballot, and the top tier will get the top slot in order. So like the top tier, the top entry, the winner of the top tier will be number 1, the second place will be number 2, and third place will be number 3. And same for the tier under that, etc. It's just a fun way of mixing a little bit of deliberations, so we have to come to a consensus, and just a base poll, so, you know, eventually it does get put to a vote, and overall, you know, the overall public support matters. It's ultimately a popularity contest, but it's also a little bit of, you know, we gotta build consensus, and we gotta build a list everyone agrees on. So, like, last year, we had, like, Hades was obviously top tier material, but we couldn't decide a while on the other one. There were a couple games that people were going back and forth on, and eventually we lined it up with Animal Crossing as the compromise that everyone could agree on being okay for the top tier, as well as one other game, which I can't remember what it was. It might have been Final Fantasy or something. Obviously, overall, I think Hades won that vote pretty handily. I forget what was number 2. We're on Misty Mine, by the way, a level about these enemy-producing barrels, which were also a big deal in one other level in World 2. Not a lot of these in the game, despite them having a whole boss fight based on them. I nearly fell into that hole there. Jeez. The eerie music in this one is good. I like it. Whew. Animal Crossing is top tier. Yeah, that's how it wound up. I forget what was the ones that got knocked down to the tier below that. Animal Crossing Wild World, though, very good. I very much I super supported that one getting in there. I don't think it's like that high on my list, but for last year, but it's probably like top 5. You know, and I can't believe I did that. Let me check, actually, now that I have to go over the computer anyway, what the results were. And I'll tell you what it was, what the winners were. Recent. Let me see. Okay, yeah, so Hades, Final Fantasy, and Animal Crossing were top tier, that's right. Yakuza, Last of Us Part 2, and Ghost of Tsushima ended up in the tier below that. Yakuza, I think, was the one that Yakuza, Ghost of Tsushima, and Last of Us, those are all games people were trying to get into the top tier. But ultimately, they ended up getting shot down for various reasons. Things that are kind of rough about those games in particular ended up really hurting their chances. You know, like personally, I bounced off Yakuza really hard, so I could not get behind it in top tier. Meanwhile, people had issues with Ghost of Tsushima. Some people had issues with The Last of Us. Some sort of issues with that, which made people unhappy about it making the top tier. And eventually we all realized, like, oh, we're all pretty happy with Animal Crossing. Why don't we just have that be the compromise choice? And that's how it ended up. And, yeah, I understand it sound like jury duty. Hey, if you don't like it, you don't have to tune in, and you don't have to spend, like, 10 hours arguing about this shit. We went really long the first night over, like, doing, like, a dozen categories before Game of the Year. Yeah, I'm gonna switch back now. That was a death. Let's see. 12 deaths. That was DKC 6-4. Let me check. Where's the controller? Here it is. Yeah, 4. That's right. Okay. Back to the couch. It's really fun, though, participating in, like, hours-long arguments about which game has the best, like, you know, whatever. We don't do genre awards, we all do goofy awards, like, the only thing that's closest to, like, a genre award is, like, best multiplayer, which is a category this year, which makes sense. We'll probably nominate, like, Halo. I will argue like hell to get Splitgate on there as well, because that's more my speed as far as multiplayer goes. And we'll see what the other 3 entries are. I'm sort of open to whatever people feel the strongest about. That's sort of the fun thing about it. You know, you talk it through and you say, like, okay, what games are people feeling for this category? You say things like, there's no way we can cut this game. We absolutely cannot cut this game. This needs to be one of the 5. And then we all argue and figure out, like, what game needs to come off the list. Which is, you know, I've listened to podcasts that are basically that, right? Like the Giant Bomb for years. Giant Bomb, by the way, is a gaming website. For years did their Game of the Year deliberations, where they would do that as a podcast for, like, you know, a whole week. They would do like 6-hour podcasts where they argued over various categories until they really just got sick of it and couldn't do it for as long as they used to. But that's basically what these deliberations that we're doing are modeled after. You know, Game of the Year arguments. I'm looking forward to that on Wednesday. I'm thinking about my arguments. I'm thinking about, you know, what games am I happy with in the top 3. I don't want to tip my hand, but I'm pretty sure I'm pretty sure Halo Infinite is gonna be one of the top 3. With the way people are feeling about it, and especially the way people are feeling about the multiplayer, Halo Infinite has to be one of the top tier games this year, in the top tier. I'm not sure what the other 2 are gonna be. You know, I feel like you could make an argument for, personally, I think Deltarune Chapter 2 is like a strong contender. Psychonauts 2 is also there, but I'm not sure that's going to like carry much. I'm not sure if I'm going to be able to make that argument. I would be happy to see Deathloop on that list. I'd be happy to see Metroid Dread on that list. There's a lot of games that I would like to see in top tier, honestly, and that I would be happy to support if the argument is made. I think the one game that I'm looking to like knock down a tier and make sure it's in the second to next tier is It Takes Two. I will definitely be arguing for that one not to get into top tier because I found the pacing in that one to be really off. It Takes Two. By the way, this is the last level of DKC. It's based on riding these platforms and throwing barrels at these otherwise implacable foes. Foes that you cannot kill otherwise. It's pretty cool. It's a hard level, but in an interesting way. I've definitely considered making a Mario Maker level sort of in the style of this, where you'd ride a moving platform, you'd grab a POW block, and you'd throw it at like a hovering bad guy. By the way, we just beat it. There's also Funniest Game. I think that Funniest Game, Deltarune, I think has to make the list. And I think Psychonauts probably makes the list. Psychonauts 2. Like, that seems like the category for Psychonauts. That seems like the category for Deltarune. But if push comes to shove and someone tries to cut Psychonauts, I'm not going to fight as hard as I will for Deltarune. That's the first death on a boss. Oh, shit. Back to the computer. That's what, 13? 13. See, 6 dash. I'll call that 6 dash B. Alright, back to the couch. Alright, here we go. It's interesting to really just, like, figure out which games people are willing to go to bat for, which games people are happy to, you know, to drop from the list, which games have the passion, and oftentimes also which games people are like, no, I played that game and I didn't like it, so I'll do the opposite of support it. I will actively fight against it getting this award or getting into this category. Like, what's one? I think 12 minutes will not get into the best time loop because it's a bad game. Let's see. There are a bunch of ones like that. Anyway, here's K. Rool. Final boss. We're here. We made it. Hoping for a nice, clean boss fight. Shit, I lost a fucking Diddy Kong. Well, that's probably the hardest phase of the fight, so we should be good from here on out. There we go. Jump on him. He's gonna jump back. On this year, we also have a category for honorary mentions. So, if someone has a game that no one other than them played, and they're, you know, not, and they don't think it'll do good on the ballot anyway, they can just put their game in honorary mentions, and that's how we're gonna shout out those games that you know, we don't really want to be putting our indie darlings to a poll that no one has ever heard of. I mean, they'll get 0 votes. I mean, they'll get 1. They'll get my vote. But it will be a bad showing, and you don't want that. 2 games, by the way, I recommend in that vein is credits. Here we go. Finally, we beat DKC. Two games in that vein. Kaze and the Wild Mask. It's a Donkey Kong Country-like. Very much in the style of DKC2. It even has bonus games, just like DKC2 does. Just in the same style of 2 and 3. Really good stuff. Really fun. Great level. I didn't have myself positioned quite right. Okay. Okay, here we go. I like the thing the speedrunners sometimes do when they jump behind him as he goes up and down. By the way, we just beat the game. We just beat the game. Who would have thought a young whippersnapper such as you could have beaten that bunch of no-good Kremlings? You made an old man proud. Hell yeah, dude. Go and look in your hoard. You'll be in for a surprise. If I had been playing, I'd have found everything. Well, you weren't. How many deaths was that? 9 deaths. Once again, there's a roll of all the enemies in the game. Very cool. It's 5:15. It's pretty late, but it's a Saturday, so who gives a fuck? Not me. I might watch an anime after this. I don't care. I mean, you gotta unwind after a stream, right? You can't just go to bed. I also think that if you're like working, right? If you're like working late night, you can't just go to bed right after working. That doesn't make sense to me. You gotta like watch some TV, and get something good in. Not that this isn't good. This was very good. It was fun replaying these games front to back, and doing them in as few as 1 death and as many as 9 deaths. The only problem I see is that 13 deaths is kind of an unlucky number, isn't it? Kind of an unlucky number. Is it my turn yet? Yeah. Let me go sit back on the couch for a bit. Enjoy the last of this stream. Cranky Kong. It's a very good Kong. One of the best. I forget where Animal Crossing was on my list last year, but it was pretty high. I really liked Animal Crossing. Certainly I didn't like stick with it 100 like for the rest of my life, but I don't really put that as like a thing that necessarily means it can't be on a top 10 list. I mean, I don't stick with most games, right? I don't play most games for the rest of my life, even games I really love. Like Hades is probably still the best game of the 2020s, right? The 20s. But I haven't played it in like a year because that's how that's how games work. We could do something, you know what? That might be a goofy game to play under the right circumstances, like a goofy Hades stream. Chris Stamper, Steve Mails, Kevin Bayless. I still don't know who Stevenson is. Looking for names I recognize. David Wise, Evelyn Fisher, Robert Beanland. I don't know who Word is. Who's Stamper Jr.? J. I don't know what the J stands for. You know what? That's probably not someone I knew. S. Farmer. Chris Stamper. Who's L. Stamper? Mr. Yamaguchi. Ken Lob. Hardware Systems. Silicon Graphics and Rare Systems. Shigeru Miyamoto. Greg Mails. Tim Stamper. Producer Rare. Presented by Nintendo. Alright, well... that is all 3 DKCs. Did it save for us after we finished, I wonder? Yes, we did, and it's, the times, by the way, if you're curious, in-game time was 101 for DKC. Let's see for DKC2. DKC2, it was 1:22, so 1 hour 22 minutes. And for DKC3, it was I could see going through these again, but maybe not like all at once. Like it took like 5 hours to go through all 3 of them. But it did, according to the game, it took 1 hour 22 minutes. Shouldn't that add up to like 4 hours? Where's the extra hour and a half come from? I don't know. Maybe bathroom breaks. Not sure. Or maybe just like time spent outside of levels. I could rewind if I wanted to. Anyway, y'all, anyone who stopped by previously in the stream, anyone who is here now, anyone watching the VOD, thank you for joining me for Donkey Kong Country 1 through 3, wherein every time I die, I switch games. That was really fun. That was really fun. I think I'll save that as a highlight. You know, like permanently, and have that so that this VOD can be watched, you know, for like ages and ages, because I do think that was really good. They had a lot of good moments. Yeah, that was just a really good stream. I hope people check out the VOD, and yeah, if you skip around in the VOD, I don't mind. I don't know what people. I don't know what people watch, how people watch their VODs. But however you do, hey, I appreciate seeing the view counts go up. In some cases, it's like, yeah, looks like 30 views on some of the old VODs, and it's like, yeah, that's weird. Don't know, that's a lot more than people who watched it live. It's funny. That's funny to me when that happens. Anyway, anyone who stopped in, anyone watching the WOD, anyone who's currently in, thank you all for stopping by, for chatting, for hanging out. I appreciate, you know, I appreciate it. And that's gonna do it for tonight. Um, I think I will do. Oh, thanks for the follow, TYBD. Thanks for the follow, much obliged. Um, I think I will do another stream next week. Um, Probably like midweek, like maybe like a Monday stream, let's say. And that'll probably be Paper Mario. Tomorrow, I'm gonna be playing. I'm gonna be focused on playing Halo off stream, and just having a relaxing Sunday. And then Wednesday, I have other plans. So we'll think about Tuesday. I definitely want to do a regular amount of like, I want to do a more Mario Maker. I want to do viewer levels on the regular, but we'll see. In the future, those are the two plans, by the way: Paper Mario and viewer levels. And there might be a random stream like tonight thrown in there along the way as well. Anyway, that's going to do it tonight, by the way. You can check out my latest stage as well if you like Mario Maker. It's pretty good. Though I am going to make revisions probably tomorrow. Alright. I don't feel like doing a raid or nothing. I just want to end it and get on with the rest of my night. It's 5:30. It's not quite night anymore. The sun's about to come out, isn't it? Ugh. I should really stay up less, but there's only 3 more work days for me until I can go on vacation and not have to worry about my sleep schedule for a while, so that's nice. Anyway, thanks a lot for joining me. Maybe Monday, Paper Mario Chapter 2. That's the plan. Thank you a lot. Thank you a lot. Bye bye.